So, I've been talking for the last couple of minutes, or last minute or so. We got a pork butt we're smoking today. This is just strictly a hangout. Um, Anybody wants to hang out, cool. I'm not really going to give out no particular recipe or anything, just what I'm using, salt and pepper. I'll be using some oak chip for smoke and some apple for smoke. Um, Charcoal for fire, for heat. And I do barbecue this up a little bit with this packet of barbecue flavoring stuff that you get at Walmart. Actually, they're out right now, but and some vinegar and some brown sugar, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce or whatever. Right now, I'm going to cut this thing up. I'm going to take off most of this fat section here and any, big hunks of fat inside. And this will probably be split in half, so it'll be one splayed out piece. It's slow cooked at around 225 degrees the whole time. This is Doug. Um, yeah, I don't know. Just about every hour, I start another smoke or another chimney full of charcoal and toss that in there. And that's about it. We cook it to about 160, between 100, I think it's 180 degrees, between 160 and 180 degrees. Um, I'll let you know later. I just don't remember particularly offhand. Thanks for everybody that checks this video out in the future. Like I said, if it lasts, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Right now, it's just a hangout. I get some recording time. See if anything hits on YouTube. It's going to be a long one. All right. First, I'm going to start by cutting this thing up. I'm going to put it in my larger pan here. Hope everybody's doing well when they're seeing this. You know, most of the time, I suppose if you're not doing real well, you're probably not watching too much YouTube. But you know, on the off chance somebody's sick, and YouTube's the best place for them to kind of just relax and check stuff out. And the community that I'm involved in usually is pretty cool, and you know, there's not a lot of stress in that community, so that's great. All right. Use one of our recycled Walmart bags here. And hopefully the dog stays out of. This thing does have a big bone inside it. I am going to leave that in there. I'll grab a pair of gloves quick. One of these days I'm going to build a chimney starter, but right now I just use that big torch. It works well. If you're not familiar with smoking food with charcoal, you want to get your charcoal going until it quits smoking. Especially like the ready lit or the ready to go light stuff or whatever. Any of that white smoke is just going to taint the crap out of what you're trying to smoke. So right now you can see over here, I let it go in that chimney for probably 20 minutes with that big torch under it. It wasn't going at full blast. It was just kind of simmering underneath there. And once I saw that it quit smoking, I put it in there. And then you always want to check and make sure, because some of them inside may not completely be started well, and will still put off some of that funky, mildewy, just rancid smoke. You can see it's pretty clear now, so I'm going to close this down. I'm going to open it up to give it some air for a little bit to get the temperature up to right around 220, 225 degrees. We're going to fill our chimney again in another 45 minutes to an hour. I will start this one up, let it sit for 20 minutes or so, and then dump it on. I don't know how much rain we got today, but we had probably 20 minutes of a complete deluge downpour earlier today. On colder days, I will fill that chimney completely full and a little bit heaping to keep the side burner of the smoker hot enough to keep the smoker going. Right now, I'm just using a level full one. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to start another one right now because I like to start out with 2 in there and then add 1 every hour. So I'm going to start this other one up. with that method, you have to find the downwind area, start your fire on the upwind side. I do heat up the top of it to get it to draw through that chimney, and then I just lay the torch down with just a little flicker of a flame coming out, and it starts a fire underneath. All right, now I'm going to cut this roast part. And all I do for seasonings, which this is what my brother always uses, and I always like what he comes up with, is just salt and pepper. And then while I smoke it, we'll be spraying it down with apple juice. And then we'll be using oak and apple for our smoke. Just cutting that big hunk of tallow, use that up. And then I'm going to find a good place to split this because I'm not going to smoke this whole. I'm going to smoke it, well, I'm going to smoke it whole, but cut in half. Kind of filleted out, splayed out or whatever. But I guess I'm going to take it right next to the bone. The way it looks right now makes the most sense. I'm still leaving the bone in because you're going to get a little bit of flavor from that out of some of this, but I will be using the meat thermometer a little bit later. Basically, that's what I'm going to go with. Well, and I'm going to salt and pepper the crap out of it. And then when the smoker gets to 20, which right now it's just under 200, we're going to throw this thing on. I'm not looking for a real good bark out of this. I just wanted to flavor it up. Some people really put it on real heavy or have a rub they put on and stuff. That's fine. I have a lot of people in my family that are sensitive to a lot of seasonings. Heat is one of them. So I find just a good basic salt and pepper. And then you can season it up if you want to really barbecue it up or whatever. After it's cooked and you got it on your plate or whatever. A little more family friendly. If you got any questions, I can try and answer them. If anybody's watching this in the future, don't forget to like and subscribe. There's a lot of different stuff that I'll be doing this year. If you haven't seen it yet, check out the gopher trapping one. That one seemed to hit the YouTube algorithm and is doing pretty well. That's been drawn in a few people in my other videos, which is cool. All right, salt and pepper. rinse everything off. And other than remembering you got this going, if you're doing other things, trying to multitask, that's pretty much the hardest part, other than the weight. All right, I'm gonna go see if the dog needs to go in the house. I'm gonna go get this spray bottle rinsed off, wash my knife. What are you gonna do, dog? You go in? All right, I'm just putting straight up apple juice. Generic, works good. I like to drink it once in a while. Usually only when it's around. But I'm putting that there in there, and we're gonna spray the pork butt every half hour. All right. Right now, we're gonna get our wood chips going. Our temperature is about 210 right now. And once we get our wood chips in there, the key to the smoke is you can see smoke coming out of it, but this section right here, the top like 4 inches, you want to see clear through there. It takes a little bit of adjusting, and sometimes it'll be smokier than clear, and clearer than smoky. But a good, balance is clear. What I like to do is stick my face up here, and if I can breathe it in without coughing, then I know it's cool. Kind of a weird trick there, but yeah, if you can breathe it in, then it's edible. All right, I'm gonna go find some wood chips. I'll be back. Hang on, smoke what you got. Well, I guess we'll only be using oak today. All my dried apple is gone. I'm just gonna knock a few hunks off of this thing here. Soak this in water too. Thankfully, it's been raining here. That ain't gonna be enough, but while we get this started, I'm just gonna knock off one hunk here, get it on there so we got some smoke going, and prepare the rest. My hatchet. One chunk of wood. Wind is picking up again. All right. Clean up my mess a little bit. Let's just get the chainsaw out and cut this sucker up. All right, we got a bit of a start here. We're going to cut these just a little bit more. You don't need real big chunks. You just want to make sure that it's always got some in there. And the smaller chunks, you can put a couple in if you want. All right, I need to get a bucket with some water in it. Pretty simple. Anybody out there? Say something in the comments. Who we talking to here? What are you up to today? We had some storms here this morning. I don't even know what we got for rain. At least an inch, I would think. It rained heavy for 20 minutes. Ah. This is Doug. Hi. Hello. Ah. Other than that, this is my day off. One of my days off, so I'm lucky enough to be able to do this kind of stuff once in a while. I don't know if you can see it now. Right now there is smoke coming out of the chimney there, but barely. So between that and very smoky, too smoky is too smoky, but this is perfect right now from what I'm seeing. But it could be a little heavier. I'm gonna go play with some sticks. I'm gonna fire something up, I think. But let's see what we got here. Let me say hi to everybody that watches this in the future. Yeah, right on, right on, right on. Next time is at almost noon, so we'll call it 11:30 when we started this thing. Hopefully we get done before midnight. If you turn the temperature up a little bit, it will get done faster. It won't be probably as tender or as juicy because you're going to cook the juices out of it. But, if you stay on top of your spritzing, That'll help. And then a lot of people, when they make ribs and brisket and stuff, they'll wrap it in saran wrap. I'm just gonna cook it straight through. I will put a meat thermometer in it, like I said a little while ago. But yeah, it's supposed to get to 70 today and sunny. Sounds like. Found a couple of pepper plants, so I'm going to try my invention on those as soon as they get branches and see if that's even feasible on pepper plants. And then we're just going to wait for this next round of storms to roll in. You ready to go in the house, Doug? Come on. Yeah, there you go. I didn't know if you'd be better or worse with the lights on in here or not, but whatever. All you're looking at is me then. Anyways, so what's the point of that? Here it is. So yeah, it'll be a start to a long weekend, I think, if long unproductive weekend, if this weather don't clear up a little bit. Wash away all that nasty salt from everything from winter. That's good. It'll keep our leaf mulch moist so we can get some fungi growing in there. That'll be good. Because you ship for the bees, they're probably going freaking crazy. They were building all kinds of bird comb already. And it already, I mean, it seems to, when they can't go out and do their foraging, it seems to make them a little stir crazy and maybe can't give them a little cabin fever. And then they need something to do. So they just start doing things maybe that don't need to be done. Building comb in areas that we don't need comb. Plugging things up with propolis. So one day here and there of some decent rain is good. Even a couple of days, as long as you got several days of nice weather. Whoops, this must have got tipped over a little bit because there's water in here. That's already hot. Then what I do with that roast, then once I see some caramelization going on the top of it, and it starts to get a little dry of a texture, then I will flip it over and spin it at the same time. So I'm getting a different angle at it, closer to the heat. And then the part that was under the more intense heat is farther away, and that slows it. Right now, this when I hold that up close to my face to tell how hot it is. A few seconds because it has to distribute throughout the whole piece. But that's about where I want it. So I'm going to heat it up a little past where I want it. And I use a stainless steel dental pick for my dab tool. It doesn't draw out as much heat when you come in contact with the banger. So it actually works better than any of the bangers I've seen. Because now I'm using this to rub the surface area. That was just a small one. I'm going to get this thing cleaned up and do another one quick. This is flour rosin that you've seen me make in prior videos, if anybody's wondering. It's not the fancy professional stuff. That stuff is freeze dried, so it doesn't oxidize. This stuff is a greenish brown. I think it has more of the beneficial stuff in it. It's kind of hard to see there, though. Anyways, as soon as I figure out how to use this dang new camera and hook it up to YouTube or hook it up to my computer, I'll have a better camera, at least better picture going on here. Our videos that I upload, that's lately I've been done with that camera and they work good. It works good. The Gopher videos, pretty good. And very good resolution and stuff. Now this stuff's probably 65% THC, so most of that one went right down the tube. I kind of screwed it up. Whatever. Nothing to clean out. Shout out to all my subscribers. Hope you're enjoying some of the stuff you're seeing. Having a good time making it. Mostly to document some of the stuff I'm doing here. I mean, I don't write a lot of shit down, so like if I want to remember how I made that last pork butt, I got it. But I did want people to see the gopher video because that's a good trick. Gophers can be a pain in the ass to catch. I tried catching them for a lot of years until I learned that trick about the potatoes. Anyways, if you want more elaboration on that one, you're going to have to go check out that video. Peace. So I think our charcoal chimney has stopped smoking over there, so I'm going to go dump that on, check our temperature. Let's give it a spritz. Take out our wood chunk here if I can find my tongs. Pretty simple. You just can't rush it. And then you gotta, stay on top of things. Too much smoke, even if you're paying attention to the smoke coming out of the chimney, you can over smoke it by just keep on adding wood chips over and over and over again. There's kind of a fine balance to that. That kind of depends on how thick your meat is. That's kind of why I cut it in half too. I want a lot of smoke, but I don't want to have to cook it extra long with smoke like for 14 or 15 hours. We can usually get this one in about 11, 10 or 11. I've done the crock pot finish before, and that works good, but it's usually dries it out pretty bad. So this will end up going to crock pot tomorrow to heat it up, and then I'll put some of this. I think it's McCormick brand crock pot barbecue pot roast thing, seasoning. Yeah, I don't know if we can see that smoke coming out of there. Probably not so much, a little bit. But it is smoking, so that's what we want. It's already been a long day. Got up early and took care of some plants. Went to Walmart and got food. Came back here and took care of some plants. The pepper plants that I just got. Got a list of some other things. I'm going to be sifting through some worm castings. There was a couple other things. Oh, you know what I'll do too? I forgot about that. I'm gonna slather this with honey a couple of times. Usually I'll mix the honey with the barbecue powder flavor, and then vinegar. But I'm just going to regular smoke this one and add the barbecue sauce later when it goes in the crock pot. Less mess. I want to try it a different way than usual. The way we eat these around here is we will take some lighthouse dressing for coleslaw and angel hair cabbage, coleslaw cabbage. And then the way I like it on a sesame seed bun, pulled barbecue pork, coleslaw on top of that with a dollop of freaking barbecue sauce and some of my homemade hot flakes. And that is the bomb. I just noticed our lilac bush is leafing out. Just barely was started yesterday. Today it's damn near full leaf. It's not an apple year this year. That's a bummer. We have potatoes in the ground, but it's been so cold they're probably just going to rot. But it's in a drier part of the yard. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cannabis plants out and back. And then 4 of those, the 4 that do the best out of those, we're going to flower this fall. Fermented plant juice is going right now. As soon as it warms up on a steady, consistent basis, I'm going to start the compost teas. We've got the Nightcrawler castings going right now. Our biochar is activated and improved to my specifications, let's call it, I guess. Mixed in with other stuff, you know. It was activated and then added to. So it's not just straight biochar, it's biochar and compost and a couple other things. I'm going to need an energy drink here before too long. The bees are out in the hive. Like I said, they're not probably doing much today, which makes them restless. Can't do anything in the garden because it's soaking wet. I'm going to put the pepper plants I got today under the grow light for a couple of days. Rhubarb's doing good for here. All our perennials are popping up. I may get on the mower before Wednesday, depending on if it dries out or not. Probably not. That's all right. It can grow. It can get long first couple times. That's fine. Just becomes too much of a damn mess to try and clean up when it gets too long. And then the mower doesn't like to cut it. It's a big ass mower, but we got a lot of freaking yard, a lot of thick grass. I don't know what else. Eventually, we're going to figure out this camera here a little better. I know how to get stuff off of it now, so that's cool. I got to get on there. Should probably do that while I'm sitting here and delete a bunch of videos that either didn't work out, were interrupted. Maybe I changed my mind on something, or we already downloaded or uploaded and downloaded both, probably. No, uploaded, I think. I don't know. Oh, criminy. Ah. I can't wait to really get things freaking growing, though. And I'm going to have to remember last fall, I thought I saw some wild asparagus growing across the street in the ditch. I'm going to have to see if that's coming up this year. Yeah, buddy. Let's check our smoker oak chunk here. Yeah, it's pretty toast. It was pretty dry. These first ones are going to be dry. They smoke a little better if they're a little wetter, but that's all right. That piece there, if I took it out, the one that was in there, would be biochar right now, so we could take it out of there and chop it up. Maybe we will. We'll put it in, make it into our biochar. Basically, when you're making biochar, you're using a retort oven, but if you catch it at the right time, when all the nutrients are burned out of the inside, all you're left is with the carbon like hotel structure. You take that and pop it into some water, and that steams out the inside and cleans it out. Then you inoculate it with your good microbes, and then that's what you put into your plants. If you don't inoculate the stuff, you put it in your plants, and it sucks all the nutrients out of your soil, and your plants will suffer. See, I can tell this is right on the verge of being completely consumed inside because it's falling apart. And then I'm going to drop it in the water. Same thing with these other couple pieces. And that's going to steam clean the hotel for microbes. And then what I inoculate it with is deer shit, because we got tons of it out, not tons of it, but I mean piles of it out and back that you can collect pretty easily. And just mixing it with your whole your whole charcoal, and then I let it compost in there together and ground it up, added some more wood chip compost, and then some nightcrawler castings, and a little bit of my trim that was in the fermented plant juice. So there's still some plant material in those plant juices. I just took a handful and chucked it into this thing. Then let it dry, mixed it up for a couple of days, and then crushed it to like quarter to dime size pieces and smaller, to dust some of it. That I'm using to inoculate the root zone of my plants when I transplant them into the ground, whether it's cannabis or any of the vegetable plants. I'm going to dig the hole. They're going to get a pinch of compost and then a pinch of my biochar mix. And that will inoculate the roots that I'm putting in that fresh dirt. Get them going with good microbes. And then you don't have to worry about the beneficial microbes, we'll call them. And then, you'll avoid the chance of infesting your root zone area with microbes that aren't going to do you anything. You colonize them with good stuff, and then bang, you're in there. Or they're in there, and they're in there for the season. And then when you do it when they're young, that stuff will grow with your root zone. So instead of freaking trying to inoculate a root zone this big, which in the end they will be, you inoculate a root zone this big that's completely exposed to you, pretty much. So yeah, that'll be either dusted right around the roots or dusted in the hole, and then the roots, the plugs of the roots will be put in the hole and then covered. Let's shit. How long has it been? 45 minutes about since it went in. Give it another 15 minutes and we'll take a peek in there. It is smoking well again. Let's go take a walk over there and see if we can get to see the smoke out of here. It's harder to see there. Let's see if we turn it around here. There you go. So see how it's pretty much clear coming out of the chimney there? And then when you go up to this area, you can see it turns white. And you can see I can breathe that in pretty easily. Let's try it again. So I know that you can eat that. If it was heavy and you couldn't eat it, then you wouldn't, you couldn't breathe it, you wouldn't want to smoke it with that because you wouldn't be able to eat it. You know what I mean? So that's my tip of the day. If you can breathe the damn smoke coming out of your smoker, you're doing just fine. How's everybody doing today? Yeepaw. Leave a comment if you want. Anybody wants to comment on any other videos they've seen? Anybody? Yeah, if you didn't hear that, if anybody wants to comment on any videos they've seen, or comment on what's going on now. People are popping in and popping out like crazy. It's turned out to be a decent day. It is going to get nicer, they say, and then it's supposed to storm again and probably get worse than it was. One woman was saying that it's supposed to get 70 miles an hour, so I don't know. We're just at the beginning of the growing season right now here in Minnesota. Last year was kind of a bummer year. Our regular vegetable garden got pretty much flooded 5 times and killed off just about everything in it. Cannabis garden was in a little bit higher ground, so it did fine. It actually did phenomenal. But it'll do that unless we're completely out of water. Grass is growing like crazy in the last 48 hours. Got all my stuff to make our compost tea freaking brewer. We could probably set that up. But then I got a compost tea brewer sitting around, and the weather ain't really conducive to doing that, really. So I don't know. You guys got any ideas? Anybody in the comments? Go ahead and leave a note. What should I do today? We're doing this, so it's gotta coincide with this. Just so stinking early. Only thing really freaking good idea is to clean the garage. I don't know. Still smoking on the homemade power plant, or homegrown power plant last year. Still got buttloads of big trucks driving by here all the time during the day. First time we had the smoker fired up this year. Probably get it going about 10 times. It's about the usual. I'll make this probably 6 of those times. Try and make beef jerky a couple times. And then you never know. I like smoking pork chops once in a while. And then hamburgers are good smoked a little bit. So I'll put, usually when I make the smoked hamburgers, it'll be after like I smoke a pork butt or during smoking a pork butt. I'll throw some hamburger patties on there and give them 45 minutes or so to smoke, and then throw those on the barbecue or on the gas grill, and that is pretty tasty. Just like cooking over a wood fire, basically. That's what it tastes like to me. Time is it? We got about 5 or 6 minutes or so before we can check our pork butt. We're going to be having a graduation here in a couple months. Month and a half, something like that. The pool, after about 15 or 16 years now, froze so solid, froze so solid that the sides split right out of it this winter. So I took that sucker down. It'll be missed, but the past few years I was the only one really to use it. It may be used on a birthday or two. They tried to. I had it all set up for the graduation last year, and nobody used it because it was cold and rainy and windy. Um, so, I mean, why stick the whole year? Probably cost $1,000 to keep it going, and all the chlorine and everything, and then the time not only on top of it, and there's next to it. So this was a daily freaking hour job. Uh, so it'll be missed, but bittersweet, I guess. Because now I have more time to do other things. And such. Anyways, we're just hanging out. Anybody wants to talk about anything? Ask any questions? I wish there was better light around here. We're in Minnesota. End of April. I guess, yeah, you know that because we're live. All day smokeathon. Thanks for stopping in, checking it out. See what else is going on. A lot of people are popping in for like 2 minutes. Wish they would stick around and say something. Let me know where they're popping in from. What they're, I mean, if they're like subscribers, if they're just, on this, did they get hooked on the analog here, whatever? Um, the algorithm. And are they getting, directed here for some reason? Or are they just seeing that we're live and stopping in? Be nice to know. I'm going to surf a little here myself and see if I can find the studio. Because right now I'm still being recorded, so that's cool. Because right now I can't see myself on here anymore. YouTube Studio, let's hit that. Okay. And now it doesn't show anywhere on here what's going on right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I wonder what's up with that now. Does it not get considered a view unless somebody hangs out for a few minutes? So I'm seeing people pop in once in a while, but it doesn't seem to be registering over here. Let me know what you guys think. I mean, do you know? Does it take a certain amount of seconds for people to be viewing, or if they just pop in and pop out, that's not considered a view? I mean, last 48 hours, I got 303 views, so I'm not freaking complaining by any means. But it seemed like maybe it's just one person that keeps popping in and out, and then only one person's considered one view or something. Wish we had a better camera. I do have another camera. If anybody knows where to find me and has any idea how to get it to work on YouTube here while I'm recording, you want to help me figure that out, let me know. It doesn't just start up when I plug it in, so it has some settings have to be changed or something. And I don't know, I'm a plug and play guy. Any of this setting up stuff, I get lost, and more often than not, I end up screwing things up or setting myself back a bit. Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So right now, in last 48 hours, 303 views on the whole thing. 266 of them were for the gopher video. Was that 36 or 37? 37. 37 other views. Nightcrawlers so far looks like we've got 7. 4 views in the last hour, in the last 60 minutes, yep. 3 minutes between, or 3 views between 12 and 12:31. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I guess that last video ain't on where I'm looking right now, so I can't tell if the algorithm's taking off with it or not. Yeah, I don't know. Could be. Like I said, people keep popping in. Everybody on the comments here, how did you find the show today? Were you directed by YouTube? Are you a subscriber? Let me know in the comments. What do we want to talk about? I got the smoker going. Anybody want a pulled pork butt sandwich tomorrow with barbecue sauce? Oh. Interesting. I'm just sitting here watching that smoker go. I'm going to have to start up another chimney. I'm going to have to go grab that package that just came to the door. Let me look here once. Just searching some different channels here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't give me any information. It says one view. Hmm. Well, I'm doing a little exploring on here at least. I found how you can get a shareable link. So that much direct people here to the site from like their site. So that wouldn't do nothing about sending a link to come here and share the screen on a show. Probably not. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Hell if I know. I'd like to have a guest on here one day. Have them be able to turn on their shit and have a split screen here. And then they can show off their stuff. Looks like we are. We've been BSing for 5 extra minutes. So I'll get this opened up and we'll take a look and then we'll show you guys. We're at 200 degrees. Said my wood chips weren't soaked very long at all. So they are burning up pretty fast, but I do have a lot of them. Got my oak chips. I'm gonna add another one. And then I'm gonna open up our carburetor, our choke, or whatever you want to call it over here. Oops. So you get some more air. So because I want to keep it at about 225 if I can. Lower than that just extends the period of time it takes to cook. It'll make it juicier. But standing here with the door open doesn't do any good either. So I'm going to spritz it with our apple juice. I'm going to flip it over. Spritz it again. And so far, that's what color we got on it. But, you know, we're still 11 hours probably away from being done. So it's a long, slow process. Doing a small one like that, I mean, It's taking a lot of resources to make that little bit, but it's going to be definitely worth it when it's done. Close her back up. We're going to open this up full bore here to really get the freaking heat going in there to get it up to temperature. That's going to burn up our charcoal a little faster than the last hour. So I'm going to start a chimney now, probably about 10 minutes earlier than I would start it normally. But let's just keep us on track. And hopefully I have enough charcoal. Not endorsing that charcoal, is just what I use. Anybody just checking in? Or, fast forwarding through this, skipping forward? My tip to doing this is consistent 225-degree temperature. Smoke that you do not see when it's coming out of the chimney, but you'll see it as it's blowing away. And you'll also be able to breathe it in fairly easily without coughing on it. If you can't breathe that smoke in, you're not going to be able to eat what that smoke is making. So that's my tip of the smoke here. Tip of the smoke. That's our smoker's tip. And nothing good is easy. But little by little, we are getting our wood chips or our wood chunks out of our oak. You can see the slices I put in there. All right, now I'm just gonna knock this a couple of times and we'll bust them off. Then we got our homemade wood chunks. Oak splits really well when you're doing it in small shots like this. A couple of them went flying, but there's a couple hours worth of chunks. Get them soaking. Then we'll look in there to see if we got any of them chunks of our oak that are ready to be charcoal, and we'll pull them out and put them in the water and turn those into our biochar later. These right now are perfect to put in the water. It'll steam them, and then those become houses for microbes. The little things. Like, remember to zip up your zipper in the morning, or grab your keys before you go to work. Little things such as biochar. You wouldn't think lonely charcoal would make such a big improvement in soil health. It's incredible. From moisture retention to the health and fertility of soil. I don't know if there's anything that compares to it. We're going to grow some huge plants this year. Not huge on a normal scale, huge tall. We're going to go huge wide. We're going to go huge canopy. I vision a canopy nobody's seen before. I don't know if it's practical. I think it is. Nine foot tall and 14 feet wide was pretty practical. Did that pretty easily last year. I'm not going to go for that tall though. I'll go for wider, shorter and wider. I'd like to see a 20-foot round canopy, flat canopy, be one bud tall with like 1,000 buds. I don't know, probably more than that. I had a 4x4 section last year that had 180 tops. It was so packed in together because it wasn't just the tops, it was the secondary ones too. That I had to cut a lot of stuff out just to be comfortable flouring that thing completely. We'll see. As long as we make it to friggin' the end of the friggin' year this year. I don't know if you say that with a friggin' laugh, but you never know what could happen, man. Feel good one day and feel like shit the next. You never know. I mean, how many people just died recently? Unexpectedly. I mean, the Pope was pretty expected. He was doing shitty for a while. Oh, yeah. If the sun was out here right now, it'd probably be 75, 80 degrees. Because there's no wind. It would probably be pretty muggy. The sun is supposed to come out in a little while, so it could get muggy here. If it does, we'll get some heavy storms, and they are predicting heavy storms. So, that biochar, the actual biochar itself, not necessarily the stuff I make completely. The stuff I make, I do add stuff to it. So it's not just inoculated biochar. It's got more nutrients in it also. The regular old standard biochar, though, has a surface area that'll cover a couple of tennis courts in just like 1 tablespoon. So what that means is you've got that much area, surface area for microbes to inhabit. If you inoculate that stuff with the right microbes that benefit what you're trying to grow, that helps you steer your plant in the direction you want to grow. Helps you hold water. It sequesters carbon dioxide, CO2. And I was corrected a while back when I said for hundreds of years. It's thousands of years that stuff is in the ground. It's basically just pure carbon. It's a diamond that hasn't been put under pressure and heat, extreme pressure and extreme heat. There may be a couple of impurities left in there, but one of these days I'll make another retort and I'll show you how it works. What it is like take one of those metal cookie tins and put your organic material in there. Organic material would be anything that was formerly living, okay? Will turn into biochar. People, you can turn people into biochar. Close that container up. Put that surrounded in a fire, basically, or surrounded by heat, okay, a certain temperature heat, probably 12 or 1400 degrees. But what that does, in the absence of oxygen, that turns the innards of that material, whether it's wood or whatever, into a gas, and that gas escapes or expands and then escapes out of the seams of that metal container and then combusts. Now, the video I will show in the future will be gas coming out of that chamber and igniting and just having a constant flame while the outsides are being heated. I've got it on tape somewhere. I think it's on my game cam, and that's hard to get off there. So what you're doing is burning off everything except for the carbon. The carbon won't be turned into a gas, okay? It basically, if you look at it under a microscope and blow it up to like 1,000 times or 10,000 times, you'll see all it is like a sponge inside. It's not flexible like a sponge, but the structure, the hardened structure is like a hard sponge. That, even in the smallest of chunks, is like a hotel that microbes can inhabit if they're inoculated with right microbes. Like I said, you can steer your stuff. I say steer kind of in a loose term. You can grow your stuff faster, more healthy, by using biochar. You can make your ground. It's more important not just to that one plant. It's important to the future of the area you're growing in. That'll be there for thousands of years. In some form or other. It may get crushed up into smaller pieces. But even the smallest of piece is a freaking hotel for microbes. And what those microbes do, they'll break down organic substances like your organic inputs, your blood meal, your bone meal, your fish bone meal, your fish meal, your compost teas, your fermented plant, well, some of your stuff, your fermented plant juices. Most of your fermented plant juices and your compost teas are already readily available. Your compost teas basically are a microbe environment that you're brewing. You're colonizing that liquid that you're brewing back there with a growing colony of microbes. Beneficial microbes because you're getting them from your nightcrawler castings or a myriad of other things. You can use yogurt. Yogurt will inoculate, give a good microbe base to that. Pickle juice, especially like a homemade pickle juice. I don't know about the store-bought stuff, but homemade pickle juices have a good microbe base to them. Compost, I say that. And then like leaf mulch, if you ever see like a white fungus growing in a pile of leaves, save that. Put that in with your plants. Put that in a leaf pile, and before you know it, that leaf pile will be full of mycelium. I used to call it mycorrhiza, but that's a totally different thing. Oh, yeah. We've been seeing turkeys around here the last few days. Of course, it's turkey hunting season, so they kind of zero in on our area where there's nobody hunting them during the hunting season. Tom was strutting his stuff out here today. Yikes. That cold. Let's see. Let's try this Canon here. Battery might be a little low on this thing though. Well, that wasn't pretty. But it works. That's got the same stuff in it, but homemade rosin. This is more of an on-the-go rig. And that other one is sitting at home, which I'm going to probably fire that thing up again too. This thing does get hot, which gets it going for sure. That's a good kicker offer. Most of the time when I'm running this smoker, got a little better weather for doing other stuff. I'm not down with freaking getting my feet soaking wet. Could put my other boots on and stuff, but we're going to be starting a bee channel, a beekeeping channel here pretty quick. That'll probably be more on a scheduled time scale. Yikes. Oh, was that a turkey across the street? Oh, maybe. Got it off in the woods. I'm going to find a shovel. I thought I had a short one here, but I use this longer one. And I'm going to stir up my worm castings over here. It's pretty muggy today, so they're not drying as fast as they usually do. Save a flat chunk of the metal from the pool. To stir stuff up on like this, but that's outside by the garden. And it's kind of rainy today. So this is going to have to do what it is doing. There's my night crawler. Not a very big one. All right, we put in, we got another chimney started. We might as well throw that in and see it stop smoking. We're at just about 212 degrees. So I'm going to shut this almost completely down. Oh, shit. That was smart. There's the other shovel. And then I got to get some of this ash out of here. Oh. Oh, we can probably take a look at the other side of this now. Wow. So far, so good. Let's find that apple juice. And let that go there for another half hour or so, and then we'll flip it over, I think. And then we'll flip it over that way. And then we'll be about 4 hours into it by then. Get another chimney filled. We're not going to quite start it yet. We're going to chuck our smoke though. Then I'm going to have to see if I can track down more charcoal, or we're going to have to finish it in a crock pot or something. Let's see. We need a wood chunk. I buried my other one. Or it completely burned away. One of the two, that's fine. So this is our biochar then. You can break it up very easily. Pure carbon. You can eat it if you want. Don't eat too much of it. Completely clean. You know, as long as you're using clean water to douse it with. I don't think it's imperative that you douse it. This winter I threw snow on it, so that was dousing it, but you know, not exactly in water like that. Um, it is beneficial. It like increases the amount of surface area you have because it steam cleans any of those pores out that are still a little clogged up. When that water hits that freaking hot ass coal, it just steams and bursts out. So steam cleans that stuff. And then bang, you hit it with your good microbes and you're good. We're off to races. Here's our pepper plants. We've got a cayenne here and a Bonnie Bell here. This is just the first 2 of 40 pepper plants that we're going to grow. And then we'll have between 25 and 30 pepper plants. I can usually fit in about 8 hills of pumpkins, but I'm going to try and grow some big ones again this year, so we're probably going to do 4 or 5 hills. And then we'll have probably 8 or 10 hills of winter squash, a couple different kinds. Probably just under 500 corn of 4 probably different kinds, 3 or 4 different kinds. Cauliflower is usually hit or miss, so I don't know if I'll do that. I like growing that because it gets really nice and big. Eggplant will definitely do that. Probably 2 different kinds, and then probably 2 of each kind. I like the table. What the hell are the ones? The regular Black Beauty. They're hard to find the right ones. The egg-shaped ones, not the more straight ones. The straight ones never ripen here for whatever reason. But then you have the Japanese ones, I think they are, that are really long and slender, about the size of a banana, is when they're, first ripe, and they get to the size of a pop can or bigger. Maybe even a 1-liter bottle. I love those. Those make fantastic fried potato chips, basically. Some zucchini. We'll see if any of our rhubarb pops up. Or, I mean, we got rhubarb. Any of our asparagus pops up. I usually do a couple of different kinds of tomatoes. Bob's Big Boy, Bob's Better Boy. They give you large tomatoes, but they're also sliceable. So they're a good balance between a small, whatever. I like to slice them. I like to slice tomatoes and put them on like sandwiches. And then the other way I like to eat tomatoes is in sauces. Like spaghetti sauce and lasagna and stuff like that. Red sauces. And these kind of hit both marks. You can slice them and they're bulky enough because I like to freeze them. So the way I freeze them is I'll cut the stem out and cut them into chunks, throw them into freezer bags, squish all the air out of them, and then freeze them. And then you just thaw them out. And if you don't like having the skins on, I just emulsify them in a blender. You still get the nutrients from the skin and the collagen, or not, what the hell is it? It's not collagen, it's pectin, I think, in the skin of them. You still get all the benefits from that, but you don't have the long stringy tomatoes or tomato skin. But you don't get the chunks either. So in my recipes, I'll usually cheat and just get a can of, the store-bought chunk tomatoes if people like to have chunky chunks of tomatoes in their sauce. Other than that, I just use straight up garden tomatoes. Um, the corn, we'll do 4 different kinds of that. I have one kind that I haven't tried before, and that's a pure white one. They're all sweet corns. I think our earliest one is like a 65-day, and our longest one is like 83 days. It's important when you grow those, you grow them and you plant them like patches. They can be in the same rows, but you do them like patches by the prevailing winds. So instead of planting one kind all in one row, unless your prevailing winds are blowing straight down that row, you say start 6 rows, and the first 5 feet you plant with one kind of corn in all the rows, and then the next 5 feet you plant with the next kind of corn in all the rows. Then the next 5 feet, or however many, you get 50 feet, whatever. And then and you do that so the prevailing wind blows across that patch. That way, it's more likely that your stuff will get pollinated by the same strain or cultivar or whatever you want to call it of corn by its own, breed, I guess. Which then gives you more kernels and better kernels on your corn. You don't want them intermingling so much. It doesn't do them any good, I don't think. At least that's the way I was taught, and it works well. I rotate my peppers and tomatoes because I don't have a very diverse garden. What I grow several types of the same thing. So it's important to rotate your crops. So I rotate my peppers and my tomatoes. That doesn't make a whole lot of difference because it's not that big of a change of crop. It would be more beneficial if maybe I took and swapped those out with my corn area, which wouldn't be a bad idea, other than when it's really wet. I like to get any year I like to get my peppers and my tomatoes out before I plant my corn. When it's real wet, it's harder to get into my corn area because the whole garden's at a little bit of a slope. It's harder to get in my corn planting area because it's wetter. So if I was trying to plant my tomatoes and peppers, trying to do them first, I would be in the wetter part of the garden. So it's typically more beneficial for me to grow higher up in the garden or start higher up in the garden with the stuff that I start first. We start getting tomatoes at about the end of July. Corn, if we're lucky, we get some at the end of July, but more likely the first or second week of August. All the way through August, pretty much. Last year was so screwed up, I only got a dozen ears of corn that were any good. Unfortunately, I didn't know that it was that crappy before I gave some away. So some people got some pretty shitty corn. I have to really make it up to them this year. Oh man, yeah. It was a bummer. Usually I can rave about every damn thing. I give away hundreds of pounds of shit. Year before last, we brought up SUV with the back full of liquor boxes full of tomatoes. There's like 6 or 7 boxes of tomatoes that we brought up to the Helping Hand. They like those. That was 6 or 7 boxes twice, I believe. I love doing that. Bring it up to our store, which has nothing to do with selling produce, and I pile them up on the coffee table at the exit and give them away. Tell everybody as they're leaving, hey, grab some of that stuff and take it with you. Most of the time, surprisingly enough, they're like, oh man, because Minnesota, we got lots of tomatoes. Anybody that wants to have good tomatoes, grow them. Now, over in my area, it is more housing, so more people have, the ability to grow outside. It would be, I would like it better if we had more apartment building areas in the area. For that fact, where I'd get more people to give this stuff away to, because I love doing that. Ah. Yeah, buddy. Leave us a message in the comments here. I mean, I know it's a long, boring day. Nobody wants to talk. Crappy outside. And you're getting enticed into thinking maybe you're going to see some good ass food right here, right now, but really, we're still. How many hours are we off here? Oh, man. 8 more hours or something like that. Man, I don't even have any plants to look at right now out here. I stirred our worm castings. I don't know. I'm going to be starting up that beekeeping channel here one of these days, and we'll be unveiling our beekeeping studio that I put together. I say we, but it's only we because I was talking to myself most of the time. But I think it turned out good. I have to get to a thrift store. I think it would be the best place to find some picture frames. Because I have some older photos and stuff that I want to get in frames. I have an old 60s era Lionel train that is like Korean War era. So in space, if I had the whole damn thing and it wasn't something that us kids used and my uncle used prior, because it wasn't in one piece when we got it. But that thing has a car that has a NASA satellite that launches off. Trying to think of what else and a satellite dish that can track it or whatever. That this stuff is activated by things on the track that set off a spring-loaded satellite. And then the next car would be the military one that is enclosed, that the top, when the carriage is triggered on that one, the top opens up like this, And out from the inside here comes a freaking ICBM rocket. Maybe not an ICBM, but a missile or whatever, a rocket of some sort, you know. And that, by hitting it again, that same trigger, you can launch it. Then there's a Budweiser car. So, I mean, they were targeting not only military stuff, but like consumer goods now. Advertisement on this thing. A Budweiser beer car. The caboose was regular. The engine of this train, it was military. Has a red light on top. And then 4 smaller rockets. The bigger rocket was probably 5 or 6 inches long. These smaller rockets were probably 3 inches long. I ever saw one of those rockets, by the way, and it was the bigger rocket. All the rest of them were gone by the time we got the train. The Budweiser car was in pieces. I don't remember how much that was left, but there was at least one part where it was distinguishable. That was Budweiser. The satellite one, part of the satellite was busted and gone. The engine of the train works still to this day. And the controls for it is just a electrical box with a switch that you switch back and forth. And every time you go from one end to the other and do it again, it changes directions. So it'll be going forward, you hit it, nert, and then nert, and it'll go backwards. It does, I believe, if I remember right, have a steam. So you put some oil in this one spot, and it pretends like it's steaming. I want to get that out of the attic and get that out on a shelf. Maybe find some more track for it because the track of I don't think I could jimmy rig it together. I had it together not too long ago, a couple years ago. But I'd like to get some brand new track for it because it's hokey. It doesn't want to go all the way around all the time. But that's like I said, 1960s something era, maybe 65-ish, 68, 69. In mint condition, I can't imagine there's too many of them around still, but if it was in mint condition, I imagine it's worth a pretty penny. Now, in the condition it's worth, or in the condition it's in, you get a few $100s for it, probably. But I love the way it looks. I love the stuff behind it, the nostalgia behind it. There's a lot of bases. It hits the dang train people, it hits the space people, it hits the friggin' history people, the war people, the 60s era people. Who knows how many others? The ones that are involved in several different of them things. I don't remember exactly everything that was on that train either, so there could be other things that I'm forgetting. And then we've got a couple of mini arcade games. They're probably about this big. One is Miss Pac-Man, and the other one is Donkey Kong Jr. I don't remember if they both work or if they both light up and only one completely works all the way, or by now, who knows if either of them work, but still got those around. I just shit canned my, actually it's sitting right over here in probably water. My Sony, what was it, a PlayStation 2 or 3 or whatever the hell it was? PlayStation 2 probably. Maybe it was just one, I don't even know. I wasn't that into those games. Um, just the other day, I was going to use it. I thought maybe it'd have a fan in it that I could use, and it didn't. Looks like we're maintaining about 225, which is nice. Our our air opening or whatever you want to call it. But why the hell can't I think of what the fuck that's called? It's not a choke. Damper. I don't know. Is just about a quarter of an inch open, so it's getting air. I'm not seeing any smoke coming out of our chimney, so I'm gonna go investigate that here. All right. So this oak is so hard, it doesn't take water so easy. So we're gonna end up going through a lot of this, but it don't matter much. But we're gonna get a lot of biochar, or a lot of charcoal for a biochar. You'll know when it's completely consumed because it'll be very light and falling apart, turn white. So it just shattered into about 40 pieces. All right, so we're throwing another piece in there. We're at 225 now, so I'm going to leave the choke where it is, and start up our next chimney of charcoal. And then I'm going to go run and see if I got some more charcoal. Saying earlier about how I like to start that chimney with that torch by heating up the top coals first, and then instead of taking the paper and putting it underneath there, I'll lay that torch right next to that chimney holes on the bottom, and that'll the heat from the top coals being warm will suck hot or suck cool air from the bottom up through the top, and that'll suck your flame into the chimney and ignite your charcoal. Now, if you can see that chimney of the smoker there, you can see there's smoke coming out of it. So our wood chunk is working. I was going to go look for charcoal. I'll be right back. No more charcoal, so what we got is what we got. You know, or so short, so I'll finish it off. And I got an electric roaster. Not that big a deal. As long as we hit it at the right time and don't wait, start to cool off before we get the dang thing going. Thought about getting another bag this morning, but I couldn't remember how many bags I went through. Wasn't sure if I had one bag or two, so I got one smaller bag. And I should have got a bigger bag. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Hee-hada, hee-hada, hee-hada. Oh. Oh. Right now, I think we're caught up in everything in about 2 minutes. I'm going to shut off that torch underneath that smoker or underneath that chimney. And then pick up some of the crap I got going on around here. We had people going to La Crosse over the weekend, so stuff got thrown out of cars to be packed into cars. And then the things that got packed into the cars for the weekend, when it got taken out of the cars, none of it got put away. And then none of the stuff that originally got taken out of the cars to be packed up, so if they could be packed up again, got put back into the cars and they got unpacked when they got home. And riddle me this: who do you suppose is going to put it all away? So that's why I figured today would be a good day to smoke pork butt. Stir worm castings. Smoke up bowls. Bit of a breeze today. And that's going up fast. change strategies here. That one's not quite completely burned off, but it's starting to fall apart, and you see it's burning on its own there. So it's the last bit of gas that's coming out of that thing right now. Make some good biochar, baby. So now what I'm doing, I was just piling that up on top of the central part of this fire mound in there, the charcoal mound. So what I'm doing now is I'm just setting it kind of off to the side on a couple of them. They're still going to be hotter than hell in there, but they should slow down a little bit. I'm going to knock off another chunk. Actually, I think I'm going to, it might even be, well, I'll be right back. I'm going to go color. This stuff's a little bit more dried out, but it's a little more aged too. Bigger chunks. Oh, yeah. Fry that. Enough chunks, anyways, now to get to the end of this marathon. Seems really close to raining again. That chimney is about done. We're going to shut that off. That'll get sucked up a little better. Put some weight on her. Oh, shoot. What a mess. That chimney smoke there gets pretty obnoxious. And around here, I usually have the smoker go in the breezeway between the garage and the house, and the wind will change like 47 times. So today it was a little more beneficial to do it in the front of the house or front of the garage. Because I thought the wind was coming from the east or the west, but it seems like more now that's coming from the south. And it's kind of getting sucked into the garage here a little bit. That chimney doesn't need to be sitting there either. The chimney I'm talking about is this one here, not this one here. Once that's done smoking, the charcoal is ready to be thrown into the smoker, and then you'll get your smoke from the wood chunks that we're putting in there. Today we're using oak because I'm all out of apple. Usually I would use both and alternate. It's getting close. And even when it stops smoking, I'll give it a couple minutes. And then after I dump it into there, I'll make sure it's still not smoking. After I dump it in, I'll leave the door open a couple minutes to make sure it doesn't smoke. You don't want that right there. I don't know, man. I don't know how it can't be. It smells. But once that's burned off, makes a good freaking goddamn pork butt. Yep, yep. Should take a walk out back here the next time we've got some time and bring back some status on how our plants are looking out there. I put them out early. I always do. Uh, I don't figure it's none too early because the freaking uh, like sprouts from the seeds that fell off out there over the last year or so. Um, and it could be after over the last couple of years. They're all popping and they're all staying alive, not getting, sunburnt. They're not getting frostbit. Once I put out, the first ones I put out are doing pretty good, actually much better. Or they're doing like right where I expect them pretty much. They did get affected by either sunburn or cold, one of the two, because it's going back and forth right now. The second two I put out there were more affected by frostbite. But they got over their shock now, and they're starting to come back. And then there was 3 more out there that were doing fine in their original pots still, the clay pots in plastic cups, or the peat pots in plastic cups. Those I don't know the status. I don't know if they're still standing upright, if they're tipped over. We got a hell of a storm this morning. There's tons of water back there. So I should probably bop back there while I'm waiting for this next round of charcoal. Or just after I put this next round of charcoal in there, it's just about ready to put in. I'll take a walk back there and bring you guys a status report when I get back. There's no chance anybody's going to watch this when we're done, so I'm probably just going to delete it. That was a good one. Not quite. Still getting a little fumes off of it. Next time I go in the house, I'm going to try and remember a meat thermometer, but still got a few hours before that's really needed. A little more salt, pepper it heavy. Get that apple juice in. That was still just a touch green, so I'm going to let it get a little air there. All right, I'm gonna make a trip out back. I'll be back. Keep an eye on things. Call me if you see anything. Had to grab a bucket of peat while I was out there. Bad idea about that was that soaking wet from all the rain. And that bucket of peat was like carrying a whole bucket of honey, which buckets of honey are like 65 pounds, 70 pounds. Sheesh, looks like we're still up to temperature, about 225 by look from here. Not seeing any smoke out of her chimney. For our biochar collection. It's another tennis court worth of biochar that we'll be able to spread. Get another chimney. And then we'll spray her down with some apple juice and give her a turn. Got to get a thumbs up so far for that, right? Hit that like button. Just kidding, I don't care. Let's see, are we lined up? All right. Yeah, better turn a little more. Got any smoke coming out of the chimney yet? So we're gonna give it a flip and a turn. So just a turn, yeah. And a shot or 4 or 5 or 10. And then This is crystallized honey. Like crystallized because at 110 degrees it starts to melt. So you just smear some on here, and for the next 45 minutes or so, you got a slow infusion of sugar. Then in this case is linden honey, and it has a slight spirit flavor, which really means nothing in this case, but it also has a lot of different beneficial nutrients that other honeys don't have. And honey is beneficial in just about every form, mean, fashion. I mean, you can soak your hands in it, smear it all over, use it for many different entertainment uses. Make alcohol out of it, which means you can make freaking gasoline out of it. Really wouldn't be that economical, I don't think. I see there's honey going for all different kinds of prices, but around here, I wouldn't be surprised if they sell for, who knows, $20 to $50 a quart, maybe, for organic, homegrown stuff. Maybe, I don't know what the maximum is. Especially now, it's going to be in short supply. It sounds like. Well, I mean, they like to make a big deal out of everything, but I don't know. My bees will do fine. I ain't gonna be worried about my honey supply. Which brings up that yes, I am planning on starting a bee YouTube channel, beekeeping YouTube channel. The studio is pretty much made, and that will probably be kind of dubbing for. It's basically where I have my little cabinet grow, but a wider view, and once I get things thrown together, it'll be a few more attractions, I guess. Maybe I'd say. I might see about getting those out today, maybe. I don't know. Depending on the weather, depending on how this goes. This has got 2 or 3 more, or 3 or 4 or 5 more hours to go. Maybe more than that, even. Everything looked good out back. The 3 plants in little pots, the little like 12-ounce cups, those still were standing up. They are kind of a little bit secured in a way, But one of them was pretty much just standing on its own and never got knocked over, so that was good. I did secure them a little better now. They're a little more tucked away. And then the 2 that were really bad frostbite, those started growing more recently, and I covered those up with ice cream pails. In case we get hail, I don't want them to get knocked to shit again. The 2 original ones out there doing fabulous. One of them, I freaking was stress training a little bit and wasn't thinking when I was doing it and didn't do it properly and kind of cracked the branch off a little bit. it's going to heal. It didn't crack completely off. It didn't even crack away from the branch. It just cracked the first part, which that'll happen. I don't think there's anything going to be wrong with it. I leveled branches out too, so colas are all the same height. All the branches come to the same height on everything, except for I believe one of them that I just brought out there, and then the one that I'm training out with the 3 sets of nodes, 6 branches. That's the one that I cracked the branch on. One of them, the bottom one on the south side, is a little lower than the other ones and haven't quite grown up. It doesn't, you can see the difference. This one that's a little lower doesn't have all the new growth on it like all the rest of the stuff does on the plant. So I kind of pushed those down and lifted that one up a little bit. I don't want to do that lifting up much because it's all going to be coming down eventually. But I don't have my trainers out there yet, so I was just hand training them. They're going to need to get a little bigger before I use those trainers. Really, I do have some that I can use, but if you start using them too early, the whole plant just starts to go bush. And I want it to go up a little bit so we can stretch them out. Seems like if you get them stretched out, they won't grow out any further. But if you get them to stretch out and then curl up a little bit, it'll grow longer, and then you bend them down again after that. After they come up and stretch a little bit, that's when you train them down. And so on and so forth. That'll keep happening. You'll train them down, but don't train them all the way to the ends. Leave that little bit curl up. Okay, that'll still keep stuff growing up like this. You train them all the way down like this, it's going to stop growing because other stuff's going to be higher. There's a good example of things getting out of control and going into a bush, and that one on last night. That one is completely bushed out. I'm going to let it grow up a little bit, which it did overnight, like 3/4 of an inch of growth on everything that was at the top. It's doing very well. Once it gets like 3 inches taller, I suppose, I will train it down again. But I don't think I'll go any less than 3 inches. We'll see. We'll see how everything's, how it progresses from here. There's stuff that's still trained down that, if what I'm saying right now is true, that will not get any bigger or longer. So we'll be able to monitor that and see if that's the case. I should have soaked those wood chips overnight. What I should have done. Okay, one of the wood chips is gone, the other one's close. Then we got another chimney getting ready to be fired up in about 5 minutes. smoke out of that chimney. Mm. Whoa, that's cold. That is cold. Brr. See what we got going on elsewhere. Ah, bastard. Don't see much happening. 20 people watch the Catching Leeches, 703 watching the Gophers. Watch the Gopher video. Nightcrawler's got 10. They need a fishing option on here for directing. I don't know, directing people to that want to look for stuff. Let's see. Been having a few mosquitoes around here. They're getting ready for the storm. Speaking of which, we'll be using mosquito frass in our grows this year. Probably later this season. Unless we see some kind of bug infestation. We'll use a little bit of it all year long, but more of it later this season. Uh, got a 10-pound pork butt roast going on the smoker here. It's been on for 3.5, 4 hours, something like that. Just going live, staying live till we're done. Probably gonna end up putting it in a slow cooker, or not a slow cooker, an electric roaster, and I'll cover it up with tinfoil. We've got some severe storms moving in here in a little while, supposedly. So I don't want to be messing with that during a severe storm. Get it doused or whatever. I mean, chances are we're going to lose power anyways, so who knows? Damn if I do, damned if I don't. I'll wrap in a bunch of tinfoil and throw it in the freaking in the damn barrel stove. Now we could probably do that. Start a fire in the back of the barrel stove, or start one in the front then, and push it to the back, and then finish baking it in the barrel stove. That'd be an idea. see, 365. So I haven't been on here 365 days. I've been here on about 4 months. But it's more than 90 days, and 90 days are the statistics. But it's saying that I have 1,800 views all together now. 311 in the last 48 hours. I'm liking that. None of the other videos got anything close to that over the whole time they've been on. So that's cool. Hopefully we hit that a few times, when I'm trying these other videos, or I'll try and do the same, do another go for one, see if that does the same thing. I don't know, but I'm gonna look at how I set everything up on there. There's different settings that you can use to kind of direct where your videos go, or that give YouTube an idea of where to put your videos. So I'm going to go back and look at the way I set that one up and all the settings and make sure I try that again on a different video and see what happens. Been doing pretty good as far as views though, just because of that one video. The Gopher video has really elevated the channel. I thought maybe the Nightcrawler one would too, and the Leech one, but I don't think YouTube knew how to use it. Didn't direct it towards fishermen. I'm sure there's probably one. You know, actually, what I should do is go to some fisherman websites or some fishermen's YouTube channels and mention it to their viewers that there is tricks to catching some free bait. I can catch worms and night crawlers, providing you're in an area that house worms and night crawlers. Same thing with leeches. I can get you to be able to catch leeches as long as you're in an area that has leeches. I know how to trap minnows, but they're a little trickier around here. We've got that stinking Eurasian water milfoil, and we don't want to spread that around. So, I'm not moving around from freaking waterway to waterway. I got one waterway that I use, and it's my personal pond back here, which is almost completely filled over by cattails now. Mostly because of the drought we had for a couple of years. It dried out so much out there that it dried to the bottom, and then cattails started growing in there. And once that happens, the cattails were just going to keep growing in there. And there's a lake near here that did the same thing. Nightcrawler video. Nobody's watching a while. Maybe nobody knows you can catch night crawlers? I don't know. .311 has come up a couple of times here on my viewers in the last 48 hours viewers. Thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate you checking in, all that. Smoker is smoking. Almost. Ugh. Sorry, I'm smoking. That's there is going to slow him down a little bit. Oh yeah. We're just at a bad angle sitting right here. If we were sitting up a little bit, we're looking up at that clear, or that blue, smoky looking sky. So it matches the damn smoke coming out of the stack. Hi. Leaving? Why don't you drive faster? All right, good idea. Drive faster. Drive, it's faster than running. Drive faster. Drive, it's faster. Trying to be funny, I don't think it was. She wasn't too impressed. But those kids, they never are they? I don't know. Yeah, we're about halfway into this marathon, smoke-a-thon, smoke off. What are you smoking on? I know you're there. Hello? Comment in the comments. It's not hard. Yeah, or watch some of them other videos. I know you're watching other videos. That's cool. Appreciate it. Right now, it's just a crappy day. I mean, it's a decent day. I mean, whatever. Um, Nothing's gonna grow substantially, and that's kind of like what I've been waiting for. Except for the grass. The grass is growing nice right now. Um, Probably get mowed next week. Also, probably we'll see what the weather's like after today. Um, Probably start a compost tea. And then I'm thinking about sectioning off a chunk of grass out here and then spraying it with some like 50-50 diluted fermented plant juice that I have out here. And see how how the grass responds to that treatment compared to what's sitting next to it. We'll cordon off an area, cut it in half, spray one half of it with fermented plant juice, and see what happens. Pretty sure it's not going to chemically burn anything. Grass is pretty tough anyways. But I'm hoping to see a difference. Now, because it's diluted, I don't think we'll need to water it in. But if it was like a dry compost tea, then you would want to water it in. Got to get all my amendments together here pretty quick. I usually put the stuff in like 5-gallon pails and then put the pails full of stuff in certain areas wherever the grows are. So like my asparagus and potatoes and raspberries, stuff like that, I have 1 bucket of nutrients, different kinds of nutrients. And then additives or whatever amendments. And then over by the regular full garden, I have a bucket. And then out the back, I have a bucket full of different nutrients. Now, not all of them right now are full of all the stuff that I use, but they're all out in their spots and ready to be used and topped off. Still got smoke coming out of the chimney. I can see it from here. Sometimes, yeah, you can see it from right where that apple tree is there. That's right by the chimney. Look at that red part of the apple tree. You'll be able to see smoke once in a while. Anybody out there know how to get a, say, vlogger cam, whatever they call it, hooked up to a laptop to be able to record like I'm doing right now on something other than my laptop? Like that would be my vlogger camera. It has connections to hook up to, trying to think what that is. If it's a USB, maybe. I don't know. It's some port on the side of the computer. And then it also hooks up to a port on the camera. I can get it to hook up to my smart TV with a USB cable and view what I have on the camera on my smart TV. But I can't get the camera to view what I'm looking at now on YouTube through my laptop, whatever they call it, camera, the onboard camera or whatever. So what I'd like is, I don't know if it's a setting that I haven't changed. I've had it hooked up, but I'm not able to see it. I've wired to the computer, but it's not responding to what I'm seeing. The laptop computer itself is overtaking it or something. Other than that, what are you up to today? While I was out back looking at the plants, I got a bucket full of wet peat that I dry out. That's what I use for worm castings. used for the worm bedding so they can make castings. Alright, I'm going to take a look. Looks like we're at about 200 degrees, and I do have the flue open, or whatever you want to call it. So that probably means I need to fire up that other chimney full of charcoal. So I'm going to go do that. Storm must be getting closer. The wind's starting to change a little bit direction, steadily. Getting muggier than hell on the floors here. The concrete floor in the garage here is getting wet. There's no sign of darker clouds going on. A little bit of darker clouds to the north here. But if you see that line out there, pretty much everything is the same consistency. So we're just waiting for the storms. What's everybody up to? Leave some comments. It's not hard. I think I can move the screen around a little bit there. Okay, yeah, so I can see everything. We're going to be growing some pretty flat plants this year. They're going to be tabletops if you haven't heard yet. Regardless of however I think it's going to go, it's definitely going to be flat. As long as I can control it. If it gets too crazy and I can't control it, then I guess that's, well, what I did say what I'd do is I'd cut it off, and that's what I'll probably do. If I can't control all the growth all the way up to the end, anything that sticks out that ain't flat when it comes to bud, I'm cutting it off so everything's nice and flat. Now, I don't think I'll have to do that. I should be able to keep everything down. I'm stretching out, but we'll find out. Right now, I don't have anything going up anymore. It's all 4 to 6 branches. So 2 to 3 nodes. Most of them all have the first one taken off. And then the second and third ones are there. And then on 1 or 2, I still have a fourth one. Or I think just 1. What I'm doing there is trying to slow the progression of these top branches while the lower ones catch up by first taking off the fan leaves on the upper ones to slow the growth up there. And then after that, while these other ones are still trying to get up there to these the top branch to level off, I'll take off that top node, and that'll stunt it a little more up there. So hopefully these other ones will catch up. And at the same time, the ones above it, I'll be stretching out until the ones under it catch up, and then they can go both go out at the same time, or the same, yeah, go out the same, go out in different directions at the same time. Yep. You can see all the ruckus out here. I live next to the freeway. I don't know if you can see all the way across there to the freeway, but this is the frontage road next to the freeway. So pretty much there's always traffic noise. Doesn't bother me. The big trucks when I'm trying to watch TV or trying to talk on here gets annoying. But as far as the nature around here, the way things grow, um, in not even in perfect conditions, but in fair to decent conditions, we do a very good job here. The wildlife is incredible around here. I've watched butterflies hatch and harden their wings, monarchs even, um, because they're so prevalent around here. We got a nice chunk of property next door that is all wild, and it has milkweed growing out there like crazy, and um, goldenrod out there, which that is a highly beneficial, basically weed, but it's got a lot of stuff, medicinal stuff in it. Yeah, I don't know. The bees do fantastic here. The honey is amazing. You get several different flavors and colors of honey. I extract it separately so I can get those different kinds. Neighbors are good here. They leave you alone. But they're also cordial, for sure. Last time we peeked at that pork butt, it was looking pretty damn good. Too bad we don't have a camera inside there watching it all the time. Arr. Yabba dabba time. Get a lot of them sirens going by here. Oh, that's a state patrol there. Usually it's an ambulance heading down to the cities from Fairview. Well, that being the case, I couldn't imagine not seeing more. Usually, if it's ambulance, it's just them running down to the cities. But police and fire department, law enforcement and fire department, they're usually not alone. I think I can shut off our flame underneath our fire stack over here. You gotta pick up one of my poles. Federales just went by here too. On the frontage road now. Maybe they're looking for someone. Have to keep our eyes open. After we try and slam them shut here. BRB. Yo. Still looks like we're at about 200 degrees over there. I am going to just about ready to knock that other chimney in there. It looks just about ready. I see just a couple of little wisps of smoke. So while we're working on our pork butt here, we will let that last little bit of smoke come off. Take a look. Boy, oh boy. Now it's going to get like 14 times darker than this. But, I don't know. Or, well, yeah, I do know. Let's see. Hiya! Come on. I can't. Wish I had the camera on this thing. Yeah, it's got to be a decent look. Still got a ways to go. Apple juice spritz. And we're going to give it a flip. And then we are going to hit it with some more honey. Crystallized honey from our beehives from here. Figured it happened last time. That's what it looks like. Crystallized honey. Any pockets of fat that are here, and you can get your fingers in, smash some of it down in there. And as that fat retreats, it's going to release your honey down in there. Got some nice burnt ends here. But this big hunk with the bone in it, that's the one we're going to be testing the temperature in here. Starting, it's still pretty tight. This muscle's got to loosen up quite a bit. Ah. Probably won't stick the meat thermometer in there until we're close to out of charcoal. How we doing? Any mail go by yet? Just joking. I know the mail hasn't gone by yet. It's late as hell. Anybody that did see a mail truck go by, it was actually coming from this direction here, and it's actually the other cities, the city next door's mail. We're right on the border of two different cities here. The neighbors have different mail delivery. So they usually come past the neighbor's house, turn around, and pull up to the neighbor's mailbox here. You know, like all that. Yeah. Nope, I don't see any more smoke coming out of either our chimneys, so we're gonna hit it. Nowadays they got them charcoal grills that feed chips into it. As far as heat, and I think you still have to throw in some actual wood chips for, flavoring or whatever. It's pretty much, push button, and that's probably pretty nice. But it doesn't give you much excuse if you screw shit up. And so far, I don't think we've done this when I've made pork, but come close probably. But there's been times when I've winged it, and most of the times I wing it, and something didn't turn out, and we end up having pizza that night because not that it's freaking burnt to pieces or whatever, but that it's saltier than hell or some shit. Once in a while, I'll find a way to screw it up. Harvesting some biochar. Oak. And this is all going to be oak this year or this time. I ran out of right now cured apple. So far, several people have popped in. Nobody's commented. You want to comment? Yes, I do. You want to take a look? Yes, I do. Okay, well, we'll take a quick look. This is just the backside now, so. Oh. See a good shot in there? Right on, right on. Oh. Boom. I'm going to find a chunk. I'm sifting through different popcorn buds here. Some of them are so nice and dense. And some of them are fluffy. We're going to do something different this year. And see if we can get all of them, no matter what their size is, be nice and dense. Right now, I'm going between, I've got some power plant, and I've got some critical. We're going to mix the two. Oh, yeah. More power plant than critical, I think. And then we're going to twist one up. YouTube shot me this, I wish I could remember the name of it right offhand. It was like Twista, something like that. It's a insane clown looking, or insane clown posse looking weed band. And they're not even really a band. They're more of a bunch of three rappers or something that paint up their face. They were pretty interesting. That wasn't the name of the band, I don't think. I'm trying to think of the name of the band, but that was the name of one of the guys, I guess. I don't remember what they spelled. So I'm just watch for these rapper dudes, and check them out. I thought it was pretty cool. I'll figure out what they were called and then shout their mama shout them out on one of the next videos. Not that I'm even into that kind. I was never into Insane Clown Posse. Couple of the other of those bands or whatever groups. I've listened to a little bit of them, but these guys they stood out for whatever reason, mostly because it was cannabis, all cannabis related, their lyrics, I guess. But they are, I think it was August or September, going to be in Minnesota. I think the one guy said he was from Michigan, so I don't know if they're all from Michigan. They're going to be in Minnesota, Minneapolis in August or September, like around the 20th of one of those months, something like that. Don't know anything else about them. Did see a couple other posts on here, whatever the thumbnails on here with their stuff. So, anybody watching, say something in the comments. What do we got going on? What are we here looking for? We got the pork roast going. We're talking Minnesota grow season. Got a little bit of everything. If you've seen any of my other videos, some people are getting drawn in here by that gopher video. It's been going crazy. So, comment something. Like and subscribe. Say nothing. Don't say anything. Just sit there. I don't care. I just figured I'd throw this on. If anybody wanted to come here and chat with me or friggin' just use this to chat with their friends, as long as you're respectful of people, I'm good with it. I want everybody to see what's going on this year. I think once we start getting a little further into the season, I think people that are checking shit out are going to be really intrigued. Rolling class here. Most of the time this works out pretty well. Papers are either too big or too small for my hands. But with a little bit of coercion and maybe a little extra stuff once in a while. On the right side mostly. You get it to roll up pretty good. And then you just push the ends in a little bit. And if one of the ends needs a little more in. But this one actually I think is pretty good. Check on the dogs. He's fine. He's fine. So we've got a combination critical. We'll call it a power critical combination. Because it's more power than critical. But here's the situation. Take a smell. Is that your nose? A little bit of a citrusy, green, the old-fashioned looking for green kind of green. Not a chlorophyll type green. We'll let that just dry out a little bit because we don't want that all gummed up. We don't want that wet gum glue to be, oh, I should be looking over here like this. I don't want that wet glue. There we go. All right. That other camera is lagging. But you know what? I did see in that we got a loose little corner here. There it is. We want to get stuck down. It's a good way to look at that. It's better on my eyes. Ta-ta! Here's the other end. Boom. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Oh, we better close our air here. He's up to temperature and then some. 275. Still cooking. We're gonna give it a shot. Dog's playing with the zip line. Wood chunk. What happened is all that air passing through there got this thing really heated up. Now, as I was saying before, the reason why that's still on fire is because that thing is just about out of gas now. The inner part is boiling off, and the gases are combusting. Once that flame stops, this will be completely void of anything but carbon, right? And it would probably be pretty close to ash. So just about now, I'm feeling the weight. It's pretty much, the flame went out, you know. I'm feeling that. I'm going to extinguish it in water, and that's going to steam out the carbon structure, and then we're going to use that for a house for microbes. There we go. Now we will inoculate that or charge it with either straight compost, you know, throw it in the compost pile, crush it and add it to compost and manure, and then let it sit for a few days because it needs to suck up all the nutrients from that stuff. Or hit it with a compost tea or soak it in a compost tea. If you let it completely dry out, it's going to be hydrophobic. So you're going to probably want to soak it in the compost tea or slowly drench it time after time after time, and it'll slowly be able to soak in. It'll slowly start to become more, water friendly. It'll absorb more. Pretty much today, the sun hasn't popped out yet. They said we might see some sun and then expect storms. But I imagine, if we don't see the sun, we're probably not going to see too many storms then. There'll still probably rain or something, but the severity will go down. Let's pop over on some analytics and see what's been going on today. Oops. There we go. Okay, so that band or group is called Monoxide. Monoxide. Look them up. They're interesting. Kind of gangsta. Too gangsta for what I usually friggin' watch and look at or whatever, but, to each his own. Everybody needs to expand their horizon. Hi, Doug. Doug needs to be a good boy. He likes to bark and growl at people and dig holes, apparently, and roll around in the nastiest shit sometimes, for whatever reason. What do you want, dog? Ready to go in the house? You can go in the house. Yeah, okay, you can go in the house. Come on. Probably too done by the time we're done. Yeah. All right. It's more. Open the door for you. Open the Monday, now, I don't think that means we're going to get any storms as bad as they said, unless we do get some sun. Okay, now then I bet we get some sun. I think he's sunk. And it turned around too. So I was starting that charcoal. We'll turn the radar on the computer here and we'll see. Oh. We're gonna check some radar here. Shut that off. Bring this down. Shut that off. Find the weather. Oh, you son of a bitch. Bring this smaller, maybe. How about that? Bring it up a little bit. There we go. All right, we got precipitation, and now is 355, so that's now. Steak and mosquitoes. Now we're gonna go turn on the radar. Okay. Stop. Okay. 5:20 p.m. tonight. We're going to be right in the center of a line that's going across. According to this. Now, it doesn't tell me the cloud cover. I could probably find it, but. Okay, so we're going to keep going with what we got here and see what happens. Play. Yeah, it seems like. Well, let me start over here because. Well, we'll get some rain. If this is right, boom, right here it starts. Well, why don't you stop? Boom. We're not going to get the worst of it. 5:30, we're in the middle of it. 6 o'clock, we're past the middle of it, but it kind of lingers around till 7, 8. And then a sprinkle or just clouds at 8. So the way they usually set up, it's going to be like this all day. And then the line will come through. It'll get windier than hell. This will all happen in like 30 or 40 minutes. And it'll be completely over after that. And then you might see some sun in the evening, probably, as soon as the sun sets. Well, yeah, probably somewhere around there. Right as the sun sets, we'll get some rain. I don't know. Seven o'clock, it's just lingering, whatever that is. Maybe that's just cloud cover. I don't know. It says precipitation. Let's look at clouds. Okay. What is that just doing now? That ain't telling me nothing. We need to go further than that out. Where's that button? I can't find it. Whatever. Smoker looks like 225. We're searching the weather radar right now. And yeah, let's look at radar for the next 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Now, according to this, we're not going to get hit by the worst. Somewhere south of here will be like, I don't know, just around Stillwater would be one of the northern parts. Probably right about where I get my bees from. At Square Lake is probably going to be the northernmost part. But in these kind of storms, the southernmost part of these storms is usually where the tornadoes are and the most severe parts are. That's where it whips up. We're going to be in for some direct winds. And because we're not in the most severe part, I don't think we're going to have to worry about any hail. But I will be able to probably see the hail, and it comes right close to us. It goes just under us, just south of us. So, yeah. See what happens. If this stuff's ever right, the whole story's never completely right. All right, let's get rid of the weather. Boom, we are back. Let's see, what are we doing over here? We need to push for wood, baby. It's getting off too slow start. My tongs. Tongs. Oh, shoosh. I guess I didn't see any mail yet. Guess he just brought out garbage was all, or recycling, one of the two. Ah, it's very sweet, this mixture. Very sweet. Said it's a mixture of critical, not the cultivar, but the two kinds of flour that I put together to roll this was Power Plant and Critical. I think that's Critical Kush, if I'm not mistaken. But correct me in the comments. Am I right? Am I wrong? Does anybody know? Does anybody care? What are you smoking on? Or what are you smoking? Because I'm smoking pork butt and smoking on Power Plant and Critical. We've been talking grow this year. We've been talking start a new YouTube channel about bees. If I can get the name, it'll be Lucky to Be Here. Maybe Lucky to Be Here Gardening or something like that. Oh. At some point, for some reason, this ain't sticking. The wind is changing around here. It's starting to swirl a little bit. The weather's getting close. We are in a cannabis legal state, Minnesota. Cannabis just became legal in Minnesota last year. And they're still trying to figure out who gets to have a license, who don't. I guess now they've figured it out, but now the people that don't have a license that are selling the stuff need to figure out what the hell they're going to do. As far as THC drinks, I thought the THC drinks that were the hemp derived were already legal. So I don't know why they were pulling them off the shelf. I guess probably because nobody had a license. This actually tastes pretty damn good. Much like I'm sure a pork butt's gonna taste when it's freaking done. But that's the way it is. That's the way it goes. Yep, yep. Collected some peat today. Trying out some worm castings. I'm going to separate those into their smallest form. And then take the bigger chunks, throw them back into the worm bin. Otherwise, it's been kind of a dreary day all day. Not much to do. We're not quite ready to plant much yet. I do have some lettuce going. It's kind of I've said this before, and I think on other shows, to go all winter and, be anxious for summer to get here, or spring even to get here. And then once spring gets here, be really anxious for freaking fall to get here. Because that's when you're doing most of your harvesting. It's kind of, I don't know, I would freaking call it psychotic, I guess. But with the new autoflower situation, we're trying that right now. That you can have in a rather short amount of time and can keep you occupied while you're waiting for your regular photo period plants. So that's nice. And I do have all my other freaking hobbies, like 47 of them, to keep me busy. So it's just I want to get things started so I can see the finish, the finished product. Anything, I like starting things and then seeing how they turn out at the end. And the work in between is where the learning comes in, but um, I don't know, just hmm, I suppose because you want to taste what the friggin' final product is and experience that is why you want to rush to the end. But then you pass all the way through summer and, you know, don't experience what you can. And really, I do because you're just feel like you're spinning your wheels now. But really, if you feel like that, then you're doing pretty good because when the time comes, you're going to be ready to hit it and get it. Right? Right. Critical power plant. Very nice. Yeepaw, yeepaw. Muggier than hell out right Just cleaning out the garage. If anybody's hanging out, leave a message in the comments and I'll hang out. Any questions? Whatever. Try and get them answered. Want to talk biochar. Want to talk worm castings. Want to talk Miracle Grow. Wet trim, dry trim. We're going to do both this year. I like dry trimming quite a bit. Seemed to work well, but I've had better results with wet trimming around here. So, just in my area, maybe it's a little different. So I'm going to try both ways this year. Used to just do wet trimming. Then I went to just dry trimming this year, except for a couple of select buds. And then now I think I'm going to try both. So I can definitively, well, at least maybe come to a better idea of which one works better here. We are in Minnesota, leaving Minnesota for the last 2 years, last year and this year. We're making a pork butt, smoked pork butt, using oak wood chunks. Right now we're at right on 225 degrees. We're probably going to be ready in another 20 minutes or so to start up another chimney, charcoal. We're down to probably our last 3 chimneys. And I'm going to stir up my worm casting. Well, they're a pretty good consistency right now. using this box would work. But I didn't already destroy it. Pretty much, probably. It'll still work. I was trying these castings off on a big square flat box. I'm going to dump them in this tote here. And then I'm going to fix this box. And then cut a square hole in it that mesh will go over. And screen these through that mesh into the box. And then we'll have a opening on the box where we can dump out the castings that are sifted into a container to then use in the future. So, let me work on that. Leave a message in the comments. Anybody there? Hello? Anybody watching? I'm just screwing around. Fixing boxes. Okay. All right, so here's our box that we were using to dry out our worm castings on. Here's our mesh that we're going to be sifting our worm castings through. We're going to cut a hole in this box, about like this, I guess. This. Because I'm only going to be using a little bit of these worm castings at a time just to inoculate the roots on these seedlings. I want the purest castings that I can get. The purest are going to be the smallest chunks. The bigger chunks are going to have, more dirt consistency than they are really castings. Okay. So then we're going to try and take this box again. It was dirty, so I'm not surprised why the glue didn't, or the tape didn't stick. Okay. Then really all we have to do is cut a hole like right here, and when we're done sifting our castings, we can dump it out through the hole. But right now we're going to fasten our screen to the front of this box. Now I could build, and I have built another one. The other one is for sifting trichomes. And that one's fully made out of wood. It's got armrests on it because when you're in trim jail, it takes forever. Okay. Nothing fancy. We're sifting like a half a pail of nightcrawler castings. That's all. So. And not that I had an idea for this or nothing. Okay, the staples ain't working in that spot. Let's try over here. I was thinking while I was putting that in that they weren't going to hold very well. But, you know, I use what I have on hand for most stuff. And then, you know, I look at what I have access to and I try and direct things that way. When I was looking for a smoker, I was actually looking for one that was wood burning, but that didn't pan out. Now, charcoal's not bad. Right now, I have seen in the past that they do have a way to turn your bulk chunk firewood into charcoal. I just haven't made one yet. We're not far off. I could actually use some of the remnants of that pool to make something to do that. But right now, we're focusing on what we're growing this year. And right now, the focus of that is to get this put together and sifting nightcrawler castings. The microbes in the nightcrawler castings from the nightcrawler guts are what we're farming today. This is our raw worm castings. Basically the whole worm farm minus the worms. So we're going to have impurities in here. We're sifting out the impurities, which are the lumps of bigger chunks like this here, which are just dirt. And then like stuff like this, which are plant material that did not decompose yet. And we're just going to take what's left over on the top of the screen and throw it in our worm bin. And spread that out kind of evenly. I'm just going to give it a few shakes. That's what it looks like. Bigger chunks left over. Now I'll show you what the smaller stuff looks like. Right now I'm going to put this stuff in another, let's see. Yeah, I'll put this stuff in another pail, and then we'll grind that up a little bit so it's more easily available, readily available to the worms. But then we got pretty purified worm castings. Dry them out a little bit first. They're pretty chunky clumps. There we go. All right, now cut an access hole over here. Leave a door on there so we can close it when we don't need to use it. And our screen fell out the front already. Good thing we're already done. I didn't expect it to last long. Didn't need it to. I have to remember to pick up them staples though. quarter inch or smaller, probably right around there. Very nice. Very fine. Now I'm gonna let that dry out for a few days, and then when it's good and dry, I'll rub it through my hands. It'll all break down into very small pieces, and that's gonna be perfect. They spent probably 2.5 weeks in here, and ate probably, I don't know, a pound of coffee grounds. Wet coffee grounds, I guess we'd say. I don't think they were dry ones. There weren't that many. So now those will digest a little bit over the next couple weeks. And anything I do use that on, especially early, I'll use just sparingly. Just in case some of that is still hot. I don't think it is too much. Closer to the end of the season, I'll maybe use a little more freely. But I better pick up them staples now and get rid of that freaking mess. Worked good for what I needed. Bang, bang, it's done. Took half a dozen or 2 dozen staples. Didn't wreck anything but a box. That mesh, I think I'll be putting on another kind of contraption then. Basically a wood frame. And then use that in the future for the same thing, but I have to design it a little bit more complex than what I just did in a cardboard box. Because I hate picking up staples. And I don't think, well, I know none of them stayed in now that I was holding that on with. See any smoke coming out of our chimney? I'm actually stuck in here. Don't want to lose them in somebody's foot or some crap. Alright, done. We got our worm castings. Should have called this live muggy in Minnesota. Because it is muggy in Minnesota. Even the freaking ladybugs, the Asian ladybugs, the Asian lady beetles are trying to get around. Being so muggy. I'm serious. The water is puddling on the floor right now. Wish I had a better camera for this. Pretty tasty. Just one of the bird fans. Dang. Even with some of them Nightcrawler microbes, it's pretty good. But the rest of it, literally and figuratively, that was just a burnt tip end thing that was probably done 45 minutes ago, but the rest of it's 4 or 5 hours away. But like I said, in about 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I'm going to be out of charcoal. So it's going to have to go in the electric roaster. Jimmy Anderson, buddy. I don't know when you left that message, but what up, brother? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, making a pork butt. Talking about whatever the hell anybody wants to talk. You know, what up with you, brother? Been watching a few of your videos, very entertaining. You and the missus. Sometimes I can't tell you apart there. Very fucking funny. Let's see. Who was it? Grambo was talking about you the other day, I think. Just got done sifting our Nightcrawler castings. starting our new worm bin, training some plants. I don't know if you checked out the video from last night, but I'm holding up that one plant. If you look at that video and scroll into the part where I'm holding it up and showing you, check out them branches. That thing is only this tall, and the branches are like this underneath there. That's one of them are, maybe all of them. I don't know how many of them are going to be that big, but tell you what, I'm pretty hopeful. But I haven't seen how they respond to this kind of structuring. Can a branch get friggin' 10 feet long? I know a plant can grow 10 feet tall. Can a clone grow 10 feet tall? I'm sure if you just keep it flowering, right? I mean, keep it vegging, it'll just keep growing and growing and growing. But is that time economical? My idea, the way I'm seeing it now, is going to take your 2-level grows and be able to add a whole nother level in. And I think these are going to be able to flower in like 6 to 8 weeks, or at least veg for 6 to 8 weeks. When I asked Duke Grows the other day, and Scotty said, 10 weeks maximum for a flowering. He's like, really, right? Anybody got, whatever? Yeah, 10 weeks is maximum. Sounded like 6 weeks was one of the earliest flips. Now you can flip, just clones, fresh clones. But I'm talking taking one plant and filling a tent. How long do you want to let a plant veg? Maximum of 10 weeks. All right, well, I'm 3 weeks in on veg on the plants that you're seeing in this last video. They're, what is that? Say 5 inches tall and almost a foot wide, and all freaking bush. It wants to all be tops right now. At least 15 colas right now. My idea now, rather than stretching it out all the time, it's going to be stretch it, let them grow out a little bit and up. And when they grow up some, I'll take that and lay it back down. Right now, because I'm still just in a cabinet working, I'm not feeding them a whole lot of nutrients other than some of the FPJ that I have out here. And it was a rudimentary one. It was just like the overflow of stuff I didn't have room for in an anaerobic one. I just left it to the air and strained off some of the juice that was in there just the other day, and have been feeding it that. It's stinky, whatever. It's not like I'm spraying vegetables with it or whatever. It's just slowly keeping these plants green enough and healthy enough so they don't catch something until they're ready to go outside. Some of them are outside, but those are seed plants. These are clones. But if you look at that, I mean, tell me what you think. It looks like a bonsai tree. Now, I didn't use any bonsai wire on it or nothing. I just used my gadget, and it isn't even working to full capacity because the branches are so short right now. But I wanted to see if I could train those shorter branches, and yeah. I mean, I trained the one stem of the clone that was this long. I trained it to bend in a, it's in the ground here, but it's bent like this, okay? And then from here up, all the branches that came out of that stem, like 3 nodes worth, I spread out. And now, because those 3 nodes spread out turn into like 15 nodes then. And those are growing up. So now next I'm going to take those 15 nodes, once they get like 3, 4, 5 inches long, and lay those down. And what are those? Those each going to have like 3 nodes probably on it. So take the 15 times 3, and that's probably around how many colas will be coming up then. And if you lay that down, you times whatever you get 15 times 3 times, 3 times whatever that is, as it grows out, with this gadget straightening out branches, straightening out those side branches of the branches that we're straightening out, we'll be able to weave then branches together, intertwine them as we're going out. Which then, instead of tearing off branches from the center stem because of the leverage there, once we get out a ways, we can put a brace under that branch if we need to. And then that will take the downward pressure of a branch and actually make it arc like this and hold it onto the stem. This is a different way of growing. It's going to be an easier way to grow. Hopefully the plants can hold up to it. You're going to be able to pick a plant up and move it around. Theoretically, no matter how big it is, it'll be movable. Whether it's heavy, it may be too heavy for a person to move. But there's nothing that holds my shit to the ground when they're big like that, hopefully, if everything works out right, there's not going to be any trellising to hold buds up in the end. It's still only, theoretically, if I can keep up with it, going to be this tall. Maybe that tall, which wouldn't hurt my feelings because, that's 3 nodes worth of buds that if you're talking the end of a branch in a cola, you're only going to keep the top 3 nodes of that cola as primo bud. The rest of it's going to be larvae. Most of those, or all those people that strip off all them lower branches and lollipop, they're stripping all that stuff off anyway. So that's growth energy that could have been going to growing out. Keep an eye out. Watching right now. Watch and keep an eye out. I know this video is now 5 hours and 36 minutes long, but I got 10 or 5 more hours at least to talk while I'm cooking this thing. 3 more hours at least in the smoker, which brings up, I got to check the charcoal. I think we're ready to start another chimney. We're getting close. I'm gonna load it. Here, we'll do this. What you been up to? What are we smoking on? That's still Jimmy there. I've seen some of the smoke you guys have. Looks pretty good. Looks to me like we're getting hit by some kind of weather. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a severe here as it will be there, or there as it will be here, whatever, but we're close enough. We're going to see some of the same action. What I'm looking at radar here, it doesn't look like we're going to get the hail, but hail if I know. Seems like no matter what they want to predict, as soon as that shit hits the cities, it does different shit. And I don't know why they haven't figured that out. They need the YouTube algorithm and Chat GPT to get together and figure out why that is. Why they can never freaking direct or predict the weather here in Forest Lake or near Forest Lake. Our wood chunk is just starting to smoke in there. We've got a half hour of good heat going. They're coming, coming to us here. I don't know a lot about these computer shit, so I can't figure out how to get my blogger cam hooked to the computer, but sooner or later somebody will be like, hey, I know how to do that. Let me do it. And I'll be like, here, do it. And then I'll be thanks when he's like, here. Or she. I don't have no preference. As far as for help. But it would be nice to be able to use that better camera to be able to talk to you guys, because right now doing lives, I'm stuck with the laptop camera here, and it's not really conducive to this in this light either. We got crappy light. There ain't no sun. Everything's about the same light intensity around here. But I don't know, we could fire up what's left of this. It's got to be pretty dang good stuff because I only got part way through. The critical and power plant combination. Jimmy Anderson. I can't wait to watch the DGC Cup whenever I'm able to watch it eventually. And see you guys there. I hope you make it. I think you said you already planned everything, but you never know. Sounds like hotels are harder the hell to get around there at that time, so either don't plan on sleeping or rent a freaking Winnebago or something. I don't know. Maybe you got a big SUV. Last time I went anywhere, I rented a freaking cargo van, and I don't know if that was comparable to a camper or whatever, but I tell you what, it was good on gas, and my big ass fit in there just fine. Slept well. Got any questions? You can ask me about my grow, about my garden. We're going to start doing a few things, trying different things this year. I took already some firewood, basically, some of my firewood, and made a ring out in the vegetable garden in the pumpkin area. And I'm going to put some of my peat out there, probably mixed with a little bit of sand and all of my other amendments, and grow a huge pumpkin out there, or hopefully a few huge pumpkins. I do have some seeds left over from last year's purchase of seeds out of a 1,072-pound pumpkin. So them Big Maxes and stuff like that, you know, the store-bought ones you can get at Walmart or whatever, those are rated to be like 200 pounders. And I can get them to be a couple 100 pounds. Um, so I'm hoping that better genetics, much like the cannabis, the better genetics of cannabis makes better cannabis when treated properly. Um, hopefully, I'll get some pretty damn nice pumpkins because the local city hall has a fall fest, and I usually ship them over there. And when I had nieces and nephews that needed pumpkins for Halloween and stuff, I'd take them back. But now I just let them give them out to the kids. But when we have a whole pickup load last year that we brought over to the Fall Fest, and they used them in a like picture taking moment with the new equipment that they get every year for the city, the new heavy equipment. So usually it's tractors or trucks of some sort, maybe a dump truck or whatever. Road grader one year. And then they put hay bales around it. It's in the fall, so we put out our pumpkins and maybe some squash and stuff like that. And then people sit down around there and take pictures. That was never the case until I started letting the city use my pumpkins, which it wasn't my idea. I actually brought a couple of big ones there for the Fall Fest to donate to the senior center to use as a um, uh, silent auction prize. And then one of the women from the city were like, well, hey, you got these pumpkins. Do you have any we could use for some decorations for the Fall Fest? And I'm like, sure. That was probably 10 or 12 years ago, I suppose. We've been doing it ever since. Um, this year we got lucky, actually, that some pumpkins I left out last year, or the year before last, I threw out for the deer. The deer didn't eat them. They're next to the garage here. And the seeds from them actually sprouted next to the garage. And when I saw there was pumpkin vines growing there, I left them grow. I didn't mow them down because I wasn't getting anything in the garden. That ended up getting us like 60 some pumpkins. I donated a bunch to the city. Most of those were pretty well and done orange. The problem with these pumpkins were they were really late color turners. So some of them turned green, some didn't. Some of them eventually turned green or turned orange. That was the downfall. But we had a whole bunch of them. So for nothing, I think maybe I threw some worm castings on there a couple of times. But for pretty much nothing, I was able to donate all that stuff and give away a few to some customers at the store that I work at. So that was good. And I think some deer ate some. And then I turned a couple of them put a couple of my head into a bucket, and we're turning them along with some of the trimmings from last year. We're taking those and turn those into a fermented plant juice. We're well on our way with that one. Anywho, I got a couple of things I got to do here, but if anybody pops in, or if anybody's watching, they want to hang out, Looks like Jimmy has left the building. Thanks, Jimmy. Glad you popped in. Wish I had more to show you right now. No animals were harmed in the making of this video. Except for maybe this animal. If you're 45 or older, get a colonoscopy. None of the stuff you've seen is for sale. We're not making any medical claims here. That's just in case we lose each other here, because the internet is kind of in or out, whether it's our equipment here or the internet itself. Kind of comes and goes sometimes. So if I'm not here, I don't think I'm going to start it back up. If it goes out, but we'll see. We'll take a quick look here. In a sec. Cheers. Got a smoke butt or pork butt smoking over here. Got any questions? Hit us up in the comments here in the chat. It just got considerably darker here, and we are waiting for some storms to roll in. If you're not from Minnesota or the area here, it's very muggy right now. There's water collecting on the floor in the garage here, which that doesn't happen often. Sometimes in July that'll happen when it's hot, you know. We are, what, 6 hours, I suppose, into our pork butt smoking. And through this time, we've been talking growing stuff, worm castings, biochar, colonoscopies for 45 or older. Get a colonoscopy. Catch it early. I see some raindrops coming right now. Not that this is going to be the big, you know, here comes the breeze coming in here. Whatever it is, it ain't real bad because it ain't dark. But right now, I felt the wind shift, and I see raindrops. And we are near 35. I don't know where you're at. Leave a message in the comments. Oh. Not much else going on at the moment. We've got our plant count going out back. We've got our fermented fertilizers going right now. We've got mosquitoes all over the place already. We're in Minnesota. If you know how to get a blogger or vlogger cam hooked up on a laptop through. Now, I am the least technical person on YouTube, mind you. So I don't know what the hell this cord is or whatever, but I think it's a USB on the side that it plugs into, but it might not be. It might be some kind of other port. I don't know. I know it doesn't, there's some on each side and it doesn't fit in all of them. It just fits in one side. It's where, let's see, it's where my hard drive, it fits in the place where my hard drive goes and where I can hook up, I'm trying to think what it's called, but I can hook up my chips from the camera, the memory cards from the camera, into this like stick, and then plug that stick into the computer and activate the USB, or maybe it's something else. I don't remember what the hell. But that's in like the spot where I can plug in my hard drive. Either way, that's where the cord that I have that fits into the camera plugs, the only spot it plugs into. When I've had it hooked up and had YouTube on and looked, it wasn't showing me nothing from the camera. It was just showing me the camera from the laptop. So I tried shutting off the camera from the laptop, thinking maybe it'd jump onto there. Nope. Looked on here for other things to activate that. Now I don't know. Or I don't know if I would have went down here, if that would have activated that. I don't know what this little arrow button is here, but a few different things pop up. And one of them, when I plug in that little thing into the port, when I plug in that little thing to the port, it doesn't like being unplugged until you deactivate it on the screen. So you got to hit this button and a thing will come up and then it'll say, okay, you want to, I think it's about the USB. Do you want to unplug your USB chip or whatever safely? And I'm like, okay, yes. And everything's closed. Yes. Okay. And then you hit that and it says, okay, you can remove that hardware, I guess. I did not try using that access when I had that camera hooked up the first time because I wasn't really aware of that. This little option here runs that port. I don't know. Am I talking out of my ass? I don't know really what I'm saying, so just trying to explain this. Because I do have a rather decent camera that makes rather decent photos and pictures and video, but I have to do it, I have to record it as a video and then upload it to YouTube rather than doing it live. And I'd like to do it live. There's a spot on this YouTube dashboard or whatever to choose a video option, or what are they, webcam option? But when I push on it, it's just, it might as well be in Chinese because I can't understand none of it. And I can't even find it right now. So, I don't know. Until then, I'm stuck unless I'm doing something I want to upload. If I want to do it live, I'm stuck using the one on the camera on this that I'm using right now. And a couple people were like, oh, yeah, well, you got a shitty camera. I'm like, well, sorry, help me freaking figure this shit out. Whatever. Eventually, I'll figure it out. I'll stumble upon it. I mean, if I knew how to use this talk to it thing. But my problem is, I've found out in the past when I start screwing with shit, I start screwing up shit. And right now this works. So, and I know how to find, I figured out on my own how to upload video from the camera to the computer to YouTube. So eventually I'll get brave enough and push the right button. There's the smoker. Do we see smoke coming out of the chimney? I don't see none. Did we start up the other chimney? We're going to start up that other one. All right. While we're waiting for that to come up to temperature, I'm going to open up that. Right now, I'm pretty sure it's got enough smoke flavor to get us through. And you know, a lot of people don't like too much smoke flavor, but right now I don't think we're anywhere near too much smoke flavor because we're all going to be incorporating this together as pulled pork sandwich. So, you know, the heavier smoke stuff on the outside is going to be blended and less prevalent. And then the less smoky inside, more porky inside, will be more smoky. But, I usually get a good 1-inch smoke ring around the whole thing. Yeepa, yeepa. I gotta go warm some meatballs, marinara meatballs up for dinner for the fam. So I'm gonna go pop in there quick. Anybody wants to just hang out, leave some comments. There's a couple people hanging out. I don't know. That one person's pretty quiet. I don't know what both of you are right now, but yeah, I don't know. Think of a question. I'll be back in a few. Thanks for hanging out and watching. We got some pepper plants today. We started in auto a few days. All right, looks like our charcoal might be ready. Yep. Pretty close. We're gonna let it go just a couple minutes. Then we quit seeing that smoke. What I've been telling everybody is the smoke you see coming out of this chimney here, if you can breathe it, you'll be able to eat it. Any weaker, and you probably won't taste a whole lot. You'll taste some. Always make sure your pre-started charcoal is not smoking, and don't let that smoke coming out of the chimney from the smoker get too thick. I gotta back this vehicle out of here. We got people going to bingo. So would they have the other chimney going?
My bingo bag anywhere?
It might be in the car. Yep, okay. Pedals are in the back seat.
Right.
Want to take a look? It's nice and dark. It's still got like 4 hours, but I'm almost out of charcoal. So I'm gonna have to use it or do the rest of the malted roasted probably. Oh. But yeah, it's good, man. I had it burned in a little while. That was a while ago. That was good. Oh, what happens now?
Huh?
Little extra done tidbits right now. Good luck. I don't know what that tastes like, but if it was all completely that, I would say it was. It would be a little salty. I'm a little sensitive to salt, anyways, but uh, with it mixed in with the inner parts of that roast, we'll go take a look at it in a minute. I forgot to spray it down with apple juice. Looks like we do have another little front moving in here. It's getting dark out, but there's also clear skies over here, so whatever. Let's take a look. I'm gonna zoom in. Still got a ways to go. That whole thing, if I can find it again, that whole thing will be darker than this here when it's done. Spritzer. Then we'll probably flip her. And then I'm going to put you guys down. I'm going to spritz it with my other hand. This hand is about ready to lick. Oh, look, something fell off. My lucky day. Yeah, anybody watching, you know how to anything about computers, you can get me hooked up on this. Get my vlogger cam hooked up to this laptop. If you think you can do it, come on over tomorrow and have some pork butt, smoked pork butt. Oh man, that is good. And hook me up on this thing. We'll get much better video. You'll see if there's any rain moving in. Where are you from? Leave a comment. Oh. All right. I'm gonna do that torch. So I was talking about the autoflower I started. I've got like 4 or 5 auto seeds. I will be starting them once every week or so as I get room, depending on weather, blah, 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 all that shit. Right now we've got a sprout about that big. It's starting to get its first true leaves. It's under pretty good conditions. I don't have the greatest atmosphere going in that cabinet, but it's got plenty of light, and I kind of mess with it to kind of keep it, going. This is my first rodeo with an auto flower, but it's not my first rodeo with seedlings or anything like that. We've been talking worm castings today. Biochar. We sifted some worm castings. So now I've got probably 2 really good full gallon Ziploc baggies full of worm castings that are pretty pure, I would say. They're not 100%, but they're 100% inoculated, anything in it. Definitely has the remnants of Nightcrawler in it. Started our new worm bin, but we're going to upgrade shortly. There's too much activity going in there to just have it in one bin. We need a 2-bin system. Next steps will be, first I want to get a supplemental light of some sort. It doesn't have to be much. I'm thinking more like one of the solar lights you can get, in your gardening center or your local, department store garden section. Just a solar LED light type, something to hang near the plant for the first few weeks of being outside here in Minnesota. The weather being like this can tend to set a plant into flower, send a plant into flower if you put them out too early. So having a supplemental light out there, it can go the whole time of veg, really. But from what I've seen of those solar lights, they don't last all night, so they won't get 24 hours of daylight, which they don't need, especially when you're working under the sun. Probably ready for charcoal to be. Let's see, we loaded that one, okay. Oh, maybe shut our vent on here. Choke up a little air. We had that wide open. We were just above 225. I like it at 225. Anywhere 25 degrees up or down from there isn't gonna hurt anything. I'm gonna spritz it again. And then I think I'm gonna take some more of that honey and drizzle it over the top there in a little bit. Kind of seal in some of that moisture. But until then, anybody in the comments there? What are you smoking on? I'm going to vape, or whatever you want to call this, some of the last of my rosin. We're getting down there for now. and we'll be taking a break off of it. There is some weed left that I could probably press, but the conditions right now here outside aren't really conducive. It's going to take some getting used to. The dang flour makes me so tired, I find, these days. But my tolerance for the flour is lower now, so I have to build that back up. And my tolerance for this is way up because I've had, the resources to make a bunch of it. So that'll be different. It was nice to get rid of that dang flour cough that I've been acquiring the last few years. And it will be interesting to find out how long it takes to get that back while I'm building my tolerance. Thankfully, this also has a lead hole. So if I don't want to do bong rips, I'll have the opportunity to do that. And really, this does get me motivated quicker, but it can also get me distracted on a whim. And I can find myself just sitting here going, "Durr." This pork roast can take an extra hour today because I freaking started working on that, and I'm like, well, it'll go faster if I don't smoke a bunch of one hits or a bowl or a doobie, and if I just freaking hit this freaking bong once, then end up being twice because the first one didn't hit as well as it usually does. Then after twice, because the second time I made sure, kind of like this time, I'm going to make sure that I get something off of this thing. You see, I use a stainless steel, straightened out stainless steel dental pick. It's because I use it to cover the surface area inside this banger. And if you do it with a regular dab tool, it takes more of the heat out of the banger, which right now this thing's very hot. I can feel it. But try not hot enough. So I can use the resource of the full surface inside the banger by rubbing this dental pick along it. Now, this ain't your average way of doing this, and my banger is quite dirty over this times, but this is flour rosin and it's dirty anyways. So I'm taking out less heat basically while I'm running this thing around there, taking advantage of as much surface area as I can. Cheers. Yep. Ha! Shoot. Pretty smooth stuff though. Gotta say, that sure beats paying for it. Without question. Granted, there is a cost these days to these propane cylinders. These actual ones I have right now, I got a whole case as a hand-me-down from a relative's garage sale. a few years ago. But right now, this thing is very fitted. To me, that just adds surface area, so I don't know. It serves its purpose for what I'm using it for. I'm not that fancy. I'm just starting into this realm, anyways. This is the first year that I have been using this as a medicine. Although, I don't know if it's the talking all the time through this, the smoke from the smoker, the smoke from the weed, the damn pollen in the air. I don't know what it is, but my head plugs up after a while. Still got a few hours to go. Having a little marathon here. We've got a pork butt going in the smoker. That's been going for 6 hours and 36 minutes. I'm running low on charcoal, so it's going to end up going into a slow cooker or probably electric roaster, I'm guessing, in a pan. Cover that up. Right now, I'm gonna have to check out our wood chunk and make sure it's smoking. Looks like our chimney is not smoking quite as much as it was, or quite as much as it should be. Leave a comment in the comments here. Jimmy Anderson stopped by a little while ago and said, hey. And I see a couple of people have left thumbs up. That's cool. There's a couple of people watching now. Leave a comment, say hi. Got a question about anything going on here? We're going to be showing examples of, regular fertilizer growing, like with Miracle-Gro in our garden, because we're not going to switch over completely to organic, because we're going to learn organic right now. We're learning computers these days, and we're learning organics. We've done a lot of smoking of meats before, so we're kind of getting that dialed in, low and slow. Use good smoke source. Yep, our smoke is gone right now, so we're doing one of these chunks here. We're gonna have to cut up some more, maybe. I found that if you forget to soak your wood chips or your wood chunks prior to starting this out, you can still slow soak or short soak those wood chips or chunks and kind of like keep them off to the side of the fire inside, and that will slow the burn of your chunks. So that's why all them chunks were going so fast earlier. Anyways, I did pick up a couple pepper plants today. I'm going to transplant those into some soil that I'm going to make and enrich here over the next couple of days. I've got a bucket of peat. I'm going to get some sand, mix that together with some amendments. So I'm going to use some of my homemade biochar. I'm going to use some of our homemade worm castings. I've bought in some blood meal, some fish emulsion, and some bone meal. We're going to mix some of that in there. Years ago, I dug up some gray natural clay that over the years the nieces and nephews have played with. I turned that into hydrotons and also dried it out in dust, turned it to dust. Basically, what that is they dug out our ponds in the 1950s in this peat cattail marsh that we have in our backyard. The spoils from the diggings of that were piled up next to the ponds. I went in there digging nightcrawler dirt, which would be basically be old peat, and ran into blue or gray clay. So I harvested the clay. Now that clay basically was from the glaciers when they ran through here, because when they were digging those ponds out, they went to bedrock. And on bedrock was the leavings of the clay, or the leavings from the glaciers. These things were immense, miles deep, miles thick. And when they retreated, they left crushed rock dust. And now I'm hearing these people are using glacial rock dust in their potting soils for the nutrients that it gives off. Basically, because of the surface area, it's rock that's been crushed down to just the smallest dust a micron, right? Which increases the surface area. There's more surface area if you take a chunk of granite this big. There's more surface area if you crush that up into small pieces than there is in that big chunk. Because of that, the slow process that it takes to break down that mineral on a level that a plant can uptake takes so long if it's a chunk this big, takes less time if they're smaller parts, mainly because the smaller part makes a little bit of nutrients. The smaller particle makes a little bit of nutrients, as well as all of those other little particles that came from that big chunk are breaking down slowly and making nutrients. So the smaller chunks make nutrients faster available to plants than the big chunks do. So if you took a granite rock and chuck it in your plant pot, it's not going to do a whole lot for it. But if you crush that granite rock up into the smallest micron, which a 2-mile glacier grinding against earth bedrock would make, it takes a lot less time for that to turn into plant available nutrients, more available nutrients. So I'm taking some of that I took from clay, dried out, and then, separated or ground up, by mechanical hand uses, basically. I'm going to feed some of that dust to the mounds and the pots. More to the mounds because those are the ones I'm going to be reusing. The pots have a lot of nutrients in the new potting soil I added to the old pot balls. So they won't need as much, but they will benefit from some. Plus, any of it that I throw in there now will be breaking down when I go to add it to a mound, because the pots go from being used as potting soil, to recycled once, and then the bottom parts and the harder parts of the root balls get chopped up and recycled into the mounds. I'm only starting this process now this year. Last year I started the first mound because I went in the ground the first year for one plant and it drowned. So I took that excavation from the plant because I tried to save it, plopped it up on the top of the ground next to it and made a mound there. After that plant died, I made 2 clones because I wanted to see how much nutrients were in that soil and how viable that spot would be. I took 2 clones from an ice cream cake, planted them there just before flower. They got about 3 feet tall, flowered nicely. During that time, I had another plant that was a male, so I seeded that plant, or those 2 plants, with that male. Got some seeds, so I'll be checking those out in the future. But now I forgot where I was going with that. The root balls and that mound then had a good outcome. So this spring, I took a pitchfork and started sticking that mound. And then I mended over the top with blood meal, bone meal, my homemade biochar, a bag of, or partial bag of worm castings that I bought because I didn't have my own at the time. And then a couple handfuls of them clay pellets, some rock dust, and I planted a plant in there. It's doing fine. It got a little frost bit on the outer parts of the leaves, but it's doing fine. It's growing. It's not showing any deficiencies yet, which I don't expect it to for a little while because I think that was pretty rich soil. I know it was. I was amending when I was growing those smaller clones to flower and seed. I was feeding those with FPJs, fermented plant juice, and amendments, like I said, the bone meal stuff. So that stuff broke down over the winter, and what was left is there now. So eventually, we will start to see some deficiencies. I did add that stuff. I'm going to give that stuff 3 weeks to break down. We're at the middle of the 2nd week. Before I add anything else to it, which what I add will be the homemade worm castings, some more blood meal, some more bone meal. Cannabis loves calcium. The worm castings are going to have most of the other stuff. It actually has everything it freaking needs, actually, to grow decent cannabis. I guess, any worm castings that were made correctly, probably anything you're going to buy at the store because that's going to be tested most of the time. But if you use proper, scraps and, use paper and cardboard and stuff like that in your worm bin, you're going to have nitrogen-rich, mineral-rich worm castings. They're not going to supercharge your plant. Those are organic inputs. Some of them are going to be immediately available, kind of like your fermented plant juices and stuff like that. But alone, although they can keep your plants going and living and perform well, they're not going to supercharge them like your chelated and powdered nutrients, or even the liquid nutrients you can buy that are immediately available to the plants. That kind of stuff is like an injection to a plant, when the more organic route is more like you got a straw out and you're just taking sips when you need a sip, you know. The injection is going to make you grow like crazy, just like that. Boom, you're going to be, wow. Your sips are going to be, you know, kind of like that, similar. Although your salt fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, and you know, your organic fertilizer, when they come to the plant, they don't know the difference. Or they don't, the result is no different. It still makes plant material the same way it makes plant material. Potash, we've been dealing, when I say worm cast, or not worm castings, but biochar, in my system, it makes a lot of potash. So I kind of forget that's a major aspect of what I'm doing, especially in the organic in the ground, because you can get away with using more of that. Especially if you distribute it over your whole garden throughout the year, rather than if you're in a pot with, you know, some kind of, especially like cocoa or something like that, and you try and use, well, you can still use it, but you use a little too much, and it's going to definitely affect your pH. And you know, depending on what kind of system you're running, if you're running something that circulates, that's probably going to plug stuff up. If you're using liquid nutrients and some powdered nutrients, one, if you don't mix them right, they're not going to work right. But if you don't mix them in the right pH, uh, they are not going to be available to your plant. Your plant isn't being able to hook onto them and pull them up. Learn about microbes is very interesting. You know about that microbes exist and you know whatever. But once you start hearing about how nature fills a vacuum and you create something that is like sterile and you release that into the world in a matter of no time at all. I mean, as soon as it comes in contact with the air, pretty much, it starts to be inoculated with microbes. Some of the microbes can be great microbes, some can be not great microbes. Some of them can be okay, not beneficial to what you're trying to do, but not harmful to what you're trying to do. They could be beneficial to something else in a different way. More than likely they are. Some kinds work together. Some kinds work in unison. So together to do it, and then together to either or, in hand or either or whatever. But check on our smoker. Where you get your microbes from? Guts, basically worm guts, bird guts, people guts. Woo, baby, getting some smoke on there now, honey. Starting to pull away from the bone, which is good. I'm going to get a meat thermometer now. My electric one took a crap. Let me see here. All right, I'm going to kick this little door open a little bit, get some air. Yo, we got our meat thermometer. Had to check on dinner. Got that ready and going. Ready and done now. There you go. Yep. So let me find the fattest part of this sucker. Okay. What about there? There. Pretty snazzy looking. Hi, everybody. Leave a message in the comments. Who we see in here? We right now are in Minnesota, smoking a pork butt and some critical and some power plant and some white rhino and some Rosno white rhino and power plant. We got Doug over here minding the grill. That's Doug. If you see him wandering around over there, yep, there he goes. We are exactly 7 hours into this pork butt smoke, and we're checking to see what the temperature is. We've been running right about 225. So with this in there, in just a couple of minutes, we're at 140. I can barely see it the way it is. There we go. We're going to set that for 160. And now I'm going to check another spot here. Still going up a little bit in that spot. It's way cooler on this end, so we're going to spin that around. I'm not surprised. It's been cooking on this other side for quite a while. The center part is starting to tear apart. And this part of the bone, where the bone is, that's where I wanted to heat up the most. The bone is pulling away a little bit from the meat, but it's still pretty stiff. There's parts that are tender, no question. And I might separate the seam here, since it's pretty much just pulling apart, but there's a lot of fat in there we want to keep. Kind of turned on its side, maybe. Stick this in there. Close that down. Now we'll check on our heat and our smoke. And then once I get everything dialed in to where we're gaining back again, I will give you a look at this. I've got another couple off of our oak here. See if this will fire up if it's warm enough. But it's been a couple of years. Let's see, that's pull that out. We got fuel coming out of it. Shush! Shut up. Doug! Alright, that hasn't been fired up in a while. I think the last time it may have had the wrong mix of gas. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's always been cold-blooded. That's alright. We are going to first wash the gas off my hands and then cut that sucker with the handsaw. I thought I had some soap. Now I can use the ash from this charcoal. I can use that in the flower beds for nutrients, but I don't think I'd put it on any plants that we're going to consume. I know I wouldn't because I'm not going to. And if I ever choose to grow anything in an area that I've used it, it'll be a few years before, I'll stop using it prior. All right. Smell a little bit like gas. Dog's choking on something, but probably his own damn fault. Yeah, I shouted you out, Doug. Consider yourself shouted out. Archie dog. You know what? It's a little picky. Thanks a bit of cutting. Got the rope. That one close. Oops. More wood. Bigger chunks. There, we're gonna give it a shot right now. Give it a little extra kick. What's everybody got going on tonight? We're gonna let the dog take off with this hunk of wood here and see how much he gets to chew it up. This is solid oak. Here we go. He likes to chew on stuff. See how he does with that. He's pretty happy right now, I tell you that. If you haven't seen him play with the zip line, look at the video of him playing with the zip line. I've got better ones, but you'll get an idea. And if people want to watch him really do some, well, he's not a freaking phenom or nothing, but if you want to see him do some funny shit on a zip line, just trying to attack it, basically. He can get pretty funny at times. Let's see, we got some line storms going through right now. We're in Minnesota. We're smoking a pork butt. 17 minutes and 30, or 17 hours and 13 minutes into this. Yeah. Doing all right, man. There's flies and mosquitoes. Damn fly. What else? Let's check what YouTube is up to. I forget. I shouldn't shut that off. I should just flip screens. Monoxide. Look up them guys, man. They're a interesting crew. Entertainers, I would call them. Probably rappers of some gangster rappers. They were funny. I mean, they got a kind of a unique look. I mean, I think Insane Clown Posse probably comes a close equivalent to what these guys are like. YouTube, boom, studio. The remake of the Worm Castings has gotten 5 looks, 5 views. Picked up an extra subscriber. Thank you, subscriber, whoever you are, man. Peace out. out. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll see. Sometimes it notifies me who you are. Thank you. I hope to entertain this year. We'll see. A lot of my subscribers are people I know. So if you're not somebody I know, even if you are somebody I know, thank you. You know, let me know you're on here. If you're not, thanks again to you. I'm looking to impress the freaking world, so we'll see what happens. That's all I can say. If you watch any of these other videos, you've heard me talk about the invention and how it trains plants, how it has trained plants so far. I have not yet used it on a whole grow yet, but it's being tested in 2 different places right now on clones and is doing remarkable. One of them I don't see enough, and when I do see it, most of the time it's on in a picture. Like I'd like to see it right now, but it's cool. I'm having a freaking fantastic fun time, and even if it's not something that a lot of people are going to like, I do believe there's going to be quite a few people that want it. I do believe. Now, whether it ever gets off the ground and comes to fruition, I don't know. All I know is I can use it right now, and I'm having a fucking amazing time. So, and we're going to show you what the hell can freaking happen. I'm pretty sure. Because, like, what I'm seeing right now, look at that. Anybody that's watching right now, if you go to the video that has the plant that I'm holding up, I'm looking at it right now. It's castings. If you look at that one, check out that plant. And when I spin it, it's, scroll through the time, you'll be able to see where I'm showing that view there, but I'm turning it and you can see the stem and the branches coming off of there. It's a bonsai tree. And I don't know how to make bonsai trees, but this looks like the structure of a bonsai, and it looks just like my ice cream cake. If you look in the videos that are from the early part of from my first videos of my plants and of the plants, the stuff that I have hanging, if you look at that picture where I have stuff hanging and go beyond it, that shows the ice cream cake. And I mentioned the ice cream cake in a couple of videos. If you look at that plant, that thing is flat across the top. That, I put that plant out. It started to go into flower. It was re-vegging and looked like it was damn near going to die. Its counterpart died, so I just shoved it off into the weeds. Meanwhile, I come up with this idea for an invention. Start applying it in its first form. Then, I come up with a second generation, and about the time the second generation comes along, I'm noticing this plant that went in re-veg looked like it was almost dead is now coming alive and has some branches on it. And that at the time looked like a bonsai tree, like a really crappy one with just a couple leaves. So it started to come back. I was using the second generation on these other plants. I come up with a third generation, and now the third generation I'm using on 3 plants, 4 actually, but the fourth one never drowned. So now I'm, don't even consider that one much anymore. Using this training technique and apparatus on 3 plants, 2 of them get 15 or 14 feet wide. The small one that was almost dead a month and a half before now has 180 branch colas that are about the size of a long stem rose with 3 sets of nodes. they're not into complete flower yet, but there is some budding happening. And I'm noticing that this is too crowded. So I cut away half of them. 90 branches, which eventually would have been 90 colas that had three sets of nodes with say 5 buds on them or something. Hard nugs, good, top quality, number one bud. That plant didn't have one bit of larf. Okay? It wasn't a big plant, but it didn't have one bud that was fluffy. It was all hard, dense nugs. It was only 2 feet tall. Before I busted half of it off by freaking stepping backwards and freaking sitting on it, it was bigger than me and my buddy could reach around together. One plant, it would have been a 4x4 at least. It would have been pushing the walls out on a 4x4 in a month and a half outside. So I cut those colas out, or those branches, potential colas out, gave it some room. This year we're doing that. We're planning that outcome without the re-veg. Seed plants that right now, the one that I'm focusing on in the present time has 3 sets of nodes, so 6 branches that I'm twisting the stem, the main stem, like a quarter turn every time. Uh-oh. Come on. I'm twisting the stem a quarter turn every time. To get the branches to, like this in a 4 pattern, and then have 2 of them cross over the same, but we're going to cross like this, and then another set is going to come in here, so it's going to be a little more like a star maybe. And then when branches come off of those branches, we're going to stretch them out and weave them together. That is the plan. Like I said, there's going to be a technique to all of this, I think, because I think you're going to have to let the branch grow up a little bit and then stretch it out rather than stretch it and let it grow out, because that doesn't seem to be working right now. Even though when I did, I shouldn't have. I topped, because these are inside right now in a cabinet, these clones. I shouldn't have topped the branches because now they quit growing out, and now I have to wait for these other branches to grow up and try and stretch them without topping them, because I want to see how long I can get them. I wanted to see how long I can get the front ones, but I wasn't thinking at the time. The big plants last year grew a little different than these little clones are, and I wasn't thinking about that. I'm an outside grower. I'm not an inside grower, so I'm learning inside. I'm learning organics. Man, I'm learning computers and technology. Matter of fact, anybody listening right now, and if anybody watches in the future, if you know anything about hooking up a blogger cam or whatever the hell they're called to a laptop so I can use a better camera than what I'm using now, let me know. Let me know. Who do we got here? Yeah, I know, right? Ooh, man. This morning I got soaked, dude. This morning I got freaking soaked. Let's see if I can get this out here. I was like, what the hell is crawling across, or what the hell is that ghost on my screen crawling across my camera? Let's see. Hey, no! Go! Go! No! Man! Quit being an idiot. That's Brian. What am I supposed to think when you go taking off like that? You're gonna go attack a truck? You think you're gonna go attack a truck? You're insane. Man, what were you gonna do to that, huh? Let me finish this text now. I got soaked this morning. There we go. Come on, send. All right. Yeah, shoot. That dog is nuts. Barks at everything. You can't walk in the house without getting barked at and then growled at. Even after he finds out it's you. Most of the time, it's me. Door? I'm the only one that saved his ass a couple times. All right, what do we got here? Ooh, ah. Yeah, it's got a ways to go yet. We're just gonna let it ride. Ride, 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 let it ride. So, I don't know. I don't know what to talk about. I'm running out of things. I keep repeating myself. I do have a garage that I could start cleaning up a little bit. If you're just checking in, we made some, or we sifted through our worm bin and got worm castings, vermicompost. Vermicompost. That is where we're going to get most of our microbes that we're then going to turn into or put into our compost teas. And those are going to brew colonies of microbes. So the microbes are in here now. We're going to do our compost tea, which will be these, our amendments, some fish meal or some fish emulsion, bone meal, blood meal, compost. There's several other ones you can chuck in there. Maybe a little bit of some different kinds of sugar. You can put molasses in. A lot of people like. I'm going to put in a little bit of honey. I have plenty of honey around here. Most of the time, it'll just be the remnants in the jar that you can't get out, you know. So I'll add some hot water to that, or add some compost tea to it, and slosh around. More than likely, some warm water, not warm enough to kill off the beneficial stuff in the honey, but warm enough to get it to melt a little bit and go into solution, and then dump it into my compost tea brewer. We'll be setting that up sometime in the near future. Right now we don't have much to use on, but I want to try and do some preliminary tests on some of this stuff on the lawn in sections that are cordoned off, so I can tell between, you know, the spot that I am inoculating with my teas and the spots that I'm not. So these are homemade, brand new worm castings, and there's a moth or something walking around in here. Yeah, it's a moth. Now, I don't know if it hatched or what. He's going to become part of our vermicompost because the moths, I don't know. Usually I will go with, if it doesn't seem like an infestation, it's probably not nothing that you have to worry about. But there's these moths that I know people deal with in California that leave a caterpillar behind, that can destroy your shit. And last year I found one little speck with a loop when I was looking and inspecting trichomes. I saw evidence of bug, some eating at some cannabis material. So I investigated a little further and saw this one little worm. I don't know what the hell it was. I squashed it, took that butt off, stomped on it, buried it in the ground, buried it with water, submerged in water, drowned it with water. I don't know what it was, but I'm going to get rid of the moths that I see out there this year. There's blue ones and white ones that I come across. Let's see, we got our pepper plants. Oh, I was going to smear down one more time with our crystallized honey. Now, really, I should have this over on this hot plate over here and get it to melt a little bit. As long as you don't heat this up over 110 degrees, you're not killing anything beneficial off in it. So you can turn it back into, pourable honey. Right now, I ain't worried about that. I got buckets of this now. This is just the more portable one that I have right now. All right. Now, that's going to slow down our temperature here, but it's also going to help leave a nice glaze and preserve some of the outer portions of this roast and keep it from getting dried out. Yowzer, that sucker is hot. I suppose the smoke is 125 degrees. So it could possibly be a little bit hot. The dog, like that piece of oak, looks like he is actually getting a chunk off of it, which is surprising, but not surprising. The thing's got a jaw like a vice. That's kind of what I'm worried about. If he was ever to fight anybody, man, Jesus, Martha. Thankfully, I don't think he's that much of a maniac. Ack. All right, we got our, what are we going to call it? Critical power plant right here. Critical power joint. Power critical joint. Can talk. Well, we can talk. Yeah, can call it. Boy, I've been talking for 7.5 freaking hours. But for me, really, that is not too unusual when I'm at work. When I'm at home, up until these days, I've wanted to remain pretty quiet. But we're on a mission. To become the king of pot. That wouldn't be a bad name to be called the king of pot. And the king of pot roast, too. Oh, so I'm going to put that honey over on that warmer. Put it on the smoker stick here. Well, we're just going to be able to get up to 225 degrees again. before it starts to go down on us. So we're gonna start up, or actually this is probably gonna be our last chimney or second to last. Definitely our last half of a can. So I'm gonna start that up now because we're gonna get it in there. Because if it gets too low a temperature, it'll never get back up. Let's give it a good start. And then about 40 minutes or so, I'll go get our electric roaster and pop it in there for the last 3 hours probably. That'll be fine. It'll cook. Then it'll cool, and I'll be able to cut it up and tear it, shred it. Doug's still chewing on that piece of. He actually got a chunk off of it that he's chewing into pieces now. And he's smelling for something. I don't know what the hell. Smelling up in the air and looking around. Named like 16 views or something like that since the last time I looked. That's cool. That's being counted. Let's see. Yeah, about that. Dang flies. Either that's one fly or there's several flies around here. Let's see. Yeah, let's talk about this then. So, I'm going to be making videos from the garden, all the gardens, or both the gardens. I got 2 or 3 gardens around here. Damn mosquito. Hey! Wanna go in the house? Be nice. Harry, be nice. Nothing. Yeah, no. Don't come kiss my ass. I'm busy here. You want to hang out outside? You hang out outside. You be nice. Otherwise, I'm putting you in the house. Does it make any sense to talk to the animals? I don't know. Sometimes it seems like it does. But it's not getting through to this guy. He's a puppy still, so whatever, but I mean, he just got fixed and he didn't learn. And that didn't help a whole lot. Hey, you leave that alone. You got water to drink. We were trying to look at some analytics here, dog. Let's look at this one right here. Okay, and then go down, I think. 12 in the last 60 minutes. That's cool. Yep. Seems to be about right. Most of them are coming from the Gopher video. And then I think they're checking out the live for a couple minutes. That's cool. Worm castings, couple people watched. And then just a spattering, a little boom, 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 boom here, catching different people at different times. A little bit of everything, one or two on every video. So somebody may be going through these. What do you guys think? I don't know. Nobody's commenting. Everybody's subscribing. They want to see the outcomes, you know, I'm guessing, because people are subscribing. They just don't want to talk. But whatever. We're getting close to the end of our smoker run here. Looks like that last batch charcoal isn't going to take too long. It was only like a half, like I said, half of a chimney full. Make sure it's done smoking. That seemed like it didn't take very long, but I really hit it with the torch. Wow, we can talk the regular vegetable garden. Plan on recording anything that I deem interesting. We do a lot of home repair, anything ourselves. So that being said, it means I have plenty of experience of trying to do that stuff, you know, not knowing how to do it by taking stuff apart, putting it back together. Even on stuff that we deem unrepairable, because most of that, you know, home equipment is recyclable. Not that I'll personally recycle it, take it to the freaking, you know, spot to recycle, but I will break it up into its components discard of anything not recyclable in the trash, any recyclable parts that are recyclable from our local waste management, I will send to them. And then any metals that waste management won't take or is not deemed just garbage, like completely rusted away, I will set it out at the end of the driveway once a year. And it doesn't take long for somebody to come by and pick it up because it's ready to go right down to the scrapyard. We have freaking loads of shit going down to the scrapyard down in the cities all the time that go by here. It's a frontage road. People don't want to go along the freeway with these shitty loads, so they take our frontage. And then, I don't know if they call their buddy then and have them stop or, dump their load, go come back here and pick up their shit and whatever, our shit and whatever. But it's easier to get rid of that stuff without having to pay to do it by taking the 1 to 3 hours it might take to completely tear something apart down to its different metals. And strip fiberglass off of shit or whatever. So it'll be stuff like that maybe to I've replaced just about everything in the house. Assisted the person that put in our furnace because basically he was retired. He was the brains behind it. I was all the work and bulk behind it. Now, the only thing I'm not going to be able to handle in that situation probably is the new tech any new technology I do not know. So, granted, what I'm telling you right now is only going to be effective. Where are you going? On older places because new technology is so pervasive now. These new houses are getting built with the top, tech stuff where everything's on their phone. That's part of what I'm learning right now. This computer here, brand new to me this year. Never had a computer before. The blogger camera or whatever, that's completely brand new. Only technology that I ever purchased. My phone is just a flip phone. Home improvements, gardening stuff, along with knowledge that I've already acquired and the dissemination of knowledge that I'm learning at the time. We're going to be doing all kinds of experiments. We're experimenting right now with our cannabis clones and our training device. All right, I think that charcoal's ready to go in, and then I'm going to grab the electric roaster and bring that out. Maybe put the dog in the house. Bang zoom, get rid of the chimney, we're out of charcoal. I got dirty. Right. Had to get the dog fed and stuff. One giant electric roaster to finish that off in. And that's going to work just fine with this extension cord here, because it's going to be a big fat extension cord. She's plugged. She's cranked up. And still, we're at 225. We don't want this thing to get over and now start to boil, you know. Is that 225? I can't see from here. 100, 200, 2. Okay. 225. Get her wiped down, spend in the basement for a few months since I last made cookies, I guess. But ain't nothing. It's in a minute. That pan over here. Looks to fit perfect. Now let's straighten back out. Of course, that ain't gonna stay the same once I put that roast in. We're at just about 200 degrees. I'm gonna open up this air intake there and see we got plenty of smoke. We're at about 135. And we're still here. 8 hours and 8 minutes later. I'm inoculating everything I put in the ground this year, all the root balls, with our homemade worm castings mixed in with our homemade biochar, our super biochar, our homemade super biochar. And then we're going to be amending with those items throughout the season until we're out. The crawler castings, I should have an ample source of those. We're going to go looking for night crawlers tonight. We had all that rain this morning. They should be out tonight. We're going to be trying to use a lot of organic homemade stuff. As far as liquid fertilizers, one of them are going to be fermented plant juices that will be feeding to our roots. And the other one will be activated aerated compost teas that will be feeding to our root systems. And foliar spraying with this activated aerated compost teas, when made somewhat, properly to a recipe, you basically are spraying those plants. You don't want to do them into flower, but during veg, you're spraying those plants not only with nutrients, because your leaves can take in 30% or so, 25, 30% or so of their daily nutrients through their leaves. You're also putting a microbe force field around them. Sometimes, and a lot of times, that can significantly reduce fungal pressures and pest pressures. Some of the frass that we got right now that we're going to use. Now I'm going to try and search out some other frass. I haven't looked online at all. I just want to locally source this stuff. But what I'm using right now is a mosquito frass. And indoor grows, it helps with fungus gnats. It kills the fungus gnat. We're going to be adding little bits of that to our compost teas to increase the microbe population of the microbe that digests those individual kind of critter. And in turn, that action will release specific enzymes and minerals for the plant to take up if it wishes to take those up. I also believe some of the actions going on in that compost can also like lock up heavy metals. I think it's in that compost, vermicompost, and different kinds of compost, I believe. I think that biochar is going to lock up any kind of heavy metal nutrient type stuff too. Because I think that biochar likes to absorb things, and if it's not already in there, it likes to absorb it. So, or to hold on to it, lock onto it, whatever. I don't know. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, wow. Okay. Days are getting longer. Less we have to worry about the times or the timing for photoperiod plants, so we'll be able to get our clones out real soon. Not as soon as I'd like. I'd like them out there now. It's less for me to have to worry about, other than when we get storms and stuff like that. Sun's out now. Trying to clean up some of my mess around here. People keep popping in and out during the live here, but nobody's commenting. That's all right. I'm just documenting. There ain't much to see, but I would answer some questions. If you want to know anything? Yeah, that's going to be the end of her here. Or the end of the smoker. Went up a couple of degrees. We're approaching 140. The outer parts are ready to come apart. The inner parts are just about there. We just got to get that temperature up in there. Now we've got plenty of light to film by. Hey! How do you like them apples? Only it's just enough in the wrong spot. Brighter than hell, though. But it's like a spotlight on me. Hi, everybody! That's the storm passing through that we were supposed to get downpoured on and 70-mile-an-hour winds. And golf ball size hail that we were supposed to collect and get pictures of, but only do it a safe time. Not that I'm complaining. It's sometimes pretty obvious when we get through the day. It helps people plan, but when they're completely wrong like that, it kind of screws everything up. But to people that are unaware all the time, indoors, whatever, it can definitely give them a heads up, and then somebody ain't driving into some catastrophic storm or some shit. Usually misses us anyways when they're talking like that far out. It seems to hit the cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul area. We're in Minnesota. Seems to hit that area when it's coming this way like that, and it splits off into two different ways, and then either keeps going split off, or then it comes back together afterwards. Man, that's notorious for that. Today, I think it split off and went south of us. The closest part of it went south of us. Who knows, though, that sun can do a lot of crap in a little bit of time, but I don't think it's got enough time to brew up anything significant. See some clouds over here to the north. I gotta get out of that sun now that I've been in the dark all day. That shit is blinding me. Who's all hanging out today? Say what's up. I'm gonna go hit this over here. I'm going to be creating a mound for trying to grow a giant pumpkin this year. I've grown 200 pounders before, but anything over that's been elusive. I do have, or at least last year they were viable. Some seeds from 1,072 pound pumpkin. So I'm going to see if they're viable and try and start some of them here in the next couple weeks. I think as long as they're established by July, they'll be all right. And that's well established by July. I don't plan on waiting until July to throw them in the ground. I plan on having at least the first flowers open by July, well established, or by at least like the first week or second week of July. I'm going to try and successfully grow a large cannabis plant in the ground in a mound this year. That was inadvertently started last year when I had a plant drowned on me. So that brought in the need to not only raise the area that I was growing, the root area, but also plant on a mound, not a significant one, but one that's probably 6 inches high, that over the years is going to increase now because I'm going to be amending it and adding soil or adding peat to it. And then continue to in my free time when I'm not doing YouTube stuff, which now we're going to be doing a B channel that is completely, family friendly, I would say. The spare time making biochar and finding a big enough retort to warrant making it all the time. Right now I can make small amounts. And, I suppose I could do it a little more efficiently by starting smaller fires, but I like to start big fires in this, barrel stove. So, I end up burning more wood than I need to make a certain amount of biochar at a time. Dang flies. I'm going to break something, swatting them with this hat, I'm sure, or start over dang YouTube or some shit. But, yeah! Flies already. And it's only the damn 28th of April. Sheesh. Is that stinking electric roaster up to temperature yet? Oh, it is, unless it's unplugged, right? All right, it is. So we're ready to go in there at any time. We're just starting to go over 200 here, so as soon as it starts going the other way, it's going right in there. In that cake pan that I have in the roaster, probably getting hotter than hell. Not any hotter than 225 degrees, but up to 225 degrees. Let me let it cool off here a little bit before I put it on the surface. Good thing it's aluminum and disperses heat really fast. All right, that's our pan. We're done with our wood chunks. I'm going to pour off the juice off of this. And we'll save that. rain was heavy for a little bit. Ah, funny. I'm gonna pull a plug on the smoker and just get right in the electric roaster. And I don't know, do I have? Probably not. Tinfoil, but that's all right. All right, here we are. It's in there until it's done. Oops, don't have the hose no more. Yeah. Duh. How do you spell relief? important when you're using one of these. You make sure all the fittings are tight, and then shut the tank off and let out the pressure of the hose when you're not using it. And also, don't store it away when it's hot is another good idea. Sheesh. Oh, try and crack my back here. Oh, yep. That's the stuff. I need a soda. Man. Really hot. Everything got soaking wet this morning in the rain. Sheesh. Forgot to plug this back in. I should have. There's one more hit in, I bet. Yep. 8 hours and 42 minutes. Yikes. Suppose we can sit and look at that smoker for a while longer, or we can just call this now. You'll see a shot of this here in a couple minutes. And then if I can't come up with something to talk about, I'm calling it. Wow. Looking pretty good. Needs to get up to temperature though, so I'm gonna put the cover back on. And that's what we did all day. Still got a couple hours left. ran out of charcoal, but it should have plenty of smoky flavor, plenty enough for anybody that I'm feeding around here. If I was to go too much farther, it'd start to get to complaints, I think. So, thanks everybody who popped in here. Anybody that in the near future, because I think I'm going to get rid of this video. Probably soon. I don't know. Peace. Anybody 45 or older get a colonoscopy? If anybody knows how to get a blogger camera onto this laptop here and get it to work with YouTube, let me know. Thank you very much. It's been real fun. 8 hours and 44 minutes and 53 seconds, 55, 56. Adios.